All right, there we go. A little hiccup there for some reason. Should be back. There we go. Should be back. I really hope that that's not going to be foreshadowing into what the stream is going to have for us today. But anyways, Puzzle Maker coming in with a Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you very, very much, Puzzle Maker. Hope you're enjoying the content and things to come. Much love to you. All right, so what we're going to start off with the stream here, I think, is looking particularly at flying our Falcon 9 boosters, so we can kind of see what our Falcon 9 vehicle, where we left off in development in KSP, because it actually should be a fully stock version that should have grid fins, stock grid fins, and all of that sort of capability. So that's what we're going to figure out. And let me kick things over since we kind of dropped out there for a second. Make sure we have other things. There we go. All right, perfect. Yeah, so let's go ahead and kick things off with our Falcon 9 vehicle. So I'm actually going into an older save of ours to see kind of what that Falcon 9 vehicle looks like. Like I said, we built stock grid fins and stock robotic part, like hinges, if you will, to actually actuate the grid fins. So we're gonna have to see where we left off with all of that. I have to ask, how was KRPC work for you so far? I found it to be just too slow, but that might be somewhat of a skill issue. I understand what you're saying. I've run across that as well, but not yet with anything that's been noticeable for me, Puzzle Maker. I'll put it that way. Like, I know what you're talking about, but I've actually seen it mainly become a concern when you have a lot of part counts and not necessarily just by itself, if that makes sense. It kind of just depends on what you're implementing, I think, or rather how, maybe. All right, because we had something like this, if I'm not mistaken, 506 parts. So the reason why it's so many parts, chat, is because, like I said, in the stock game, I made our own stock grid fins. And really what the grid fins are pieces of these propeller blades and then thermometers for the look. Yeah, very, very simple, but I think they get the picture, or they, get the functionality across pretty well. Yeah, so all of these, thermometers are radially attached to this decoupler in the middle here, which provides some drag. And then at the same time, we have 4 of these propeller blades, which creates lift. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And then of course we have multiple cow controllers, the stock robotic control pieces in the game, that basically do our master OBC. We have things for roll control, pitch control, and yaw control. So we'll see if it's able to actually do what we want it to do. And this is just going to be a flight test here. Let's actually, in the meantime, get our VS Code out. There it is. We already have a Falcon 9 launch code up and running. So we'll put that right there. And let's put it out on the pad and see what happens. And you know just how hot they get? That's true, 100%. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Little capacitors on the board? Yeah, of course. Obviously. Yes, indeed. Little capacitors. The teeniest capacitors. My project works with KRPC and just takes a ton of data from KSP, traversing entire part trees, for example. And it takes a few minutes to load data often, and it's a pain. I tried debugging KRPC and it's losing somewhere around 60 milliseconds per request. That is a lot, actually, Puzzle Maker. Interesting. Yeah, I've never used KRPC to actually try and like transverse a part tree before. So that might be, yeah, that might be why I haven't found those sorts of issues. But yeah, like I said, I know KRPC can definitely be bogged down by the part count, because remember, like KRPC, right, is tied in to the game's physics engine. So if you're having a lot of part counts or anything like that, and it has to simulate a lot of different parts, well, your VS Code or whatever you're using, your IDE that you're using to run your Python or whatever have you that you're developing in KRPC might actually be running faster than what the request time can be from the game's API backend. because essentially KRPC, all it does is remote procedural call into the game's existing backend API, which is basically how mods work and things like that. And so if the game is running slow, whether that's because of low physics count or part count or whatever thing like that, it'll run slow as well. At least that's been my my experience, that it seems to be tied with the game's physics capabilities. What's up, Berry Diet? How are you doing? I think it's something to do with Unity's update cycle, and the annoying part is that it's practically impossible to get around because of thread safety issues. Yeah, 100%. I understand. You could probably implement a thread safe way of doing that, but it would definitely take a good deal of work since you're working with an API and you'd have to do asynchronous calls, and yeah, that would be a pain for sure. Warlock coming in with his own Twitch Prime subscription for 44 Kerbal years of support. Much love to you, my friend. How are you doing, Warlock? Good to see you. You're good as well. Most excellent. So let's go ahead and time warp here to the day cycle. We'll get our flight avionics here and pinned. There we go. And so this should take us all the way through max Q, at which point I will then be taking over automated, or I should say manual control. So let's go ahead and make this happen. What do we have? EEM12 maneuver node? No way. No way. Okay, well, let me, because this is an old save that I'm kind of just using, but let's see what happens here. What is this old maneuver node? Is this Eve Exploration Mission 1 of 2? I think that's what that stands for. Oh yeah, okay. So we're coming up in a 1.5 minute burn. Okay, in about 2 minutes. Oh, it is Eve. Wait, why is this? Wait, why? Why is this our maneuver node though? Stand by. This looks like a communication system. And yeah, we have 2 communication systems here. So we definitely don't want to do that, I don't think. Don't think we want to do that. I think we just want to capture around Eve. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, we'll go to 318 by whatever this is, and yeah, 390 meters per second seems a lot better. We'll just go ahead and complete this burn in this save, which I don't remember why this was even here, but we have a number of things to do as well. We have another MES1 in 3 hours. Okay, well, all right, chat. I guess we'll do a quick tangent here on these missions. Racing your beautiful visage. Oh, well, thank you, sir. Yes, indeed, very good. Distinguished gentleman you are. Yes. All right, we still got power. That's good. Actually, how are we doing on power, by the way? And go away. There we go. Electric charge, we are full. How are we full? We're using, we're using fuel cells. Excellent. Looks like a lot to do today. Yeah, apparently there is a lot to do today. Interesting. This was an old save where I think we were basically at the point where we were trying to commercialize the entire Kerbal system. I think that's kind of where the save was at. We're just gonna go ahead and start our burn here. We got 2,000 meters per second at Delta V, so I'm not really worried about that. Just want to capture and maybe get into an orbit that's not going to have us intercept with Gilly anytime soon, so that might be good. Yeah, our orbital velocity is going down. That's good. That's good. Space is hard work. It most certainly is. We'll see how much Delta V we have remaining after this capture burn. Because it looks like we're kind of burning a lot here. Yeah. By the way, this is an old Silda module, isn't it? Look at that. So we have a structure here, a hollow tube that is encompassing this interior payload. And so we have 2 communication sats on 1 vehicle. It's an old Silda module. Silda being the name of the Ariane 5, and I think also now the Ariane 6 structure that allows for multiple payloads to be put on a single flight. So that's neat. Yep, we'll just bring it down here. Leave ourselves with hopefully a few 100 meters per second. And yeah, we'll call that good. That I think should be good. I think we're fine. All right, good. Let's go ahead and back to the Space Center and back to the Falcon 9 and see if we can't do this before daylight. Already day finished here 1 a.m. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. It is 7:30 for me right now. Right meow. Time zones, what a concept, right? Alrighty. Yeah, let's see where our Falcon 9 is. Hopefully we can go ahead and time warp today without another alarm getting in the way. We'll see though. It's that MES1 scanner, but there we go. That's perfect. Very good. It should be this one. Let's go ahead and fly this and we'll test it out and see how we do. I did say right meow. Yep, I did say right meow. From the Canary Islands. Wow. There you go. That's awesome. KSP, for whatever reason, seems to already be taking a long time to load. Although this is also 506 parts, so I guess we'll see about that. There we go. And I guess technically even more than 506 parts because we have 506 parts on just this one booster, but we also have a landed Falcon 9 booster right here, which would be another, I don't know, 300 parts or something like that. So yeah, we're like trying to load 800 parts in. So that's probably not great, right? Anyways, chat, like I said, let's go ahead and fly this booster, see how it goes, and then I'll take manual control, figure out how to do the boost back burn, and we'll see what we can do. Let me actually quickly check our action group so I kind of know what the sequence should be. We should hit 1, which should unlock everything and turn off the engines for Miko and also separate. We should also then be able to do 2 and 3. Yeah, 2 and 3 to ignite all of our engines for the boost back burn. And then we should be able to lock in our deployed grid fins with 4, nothing. Wait, what is that? Which one are you? And then that's going to be for the leg deployment. Okay. So toggle lock should, I think that's the landing gear maybe. Is that what that is for? Yeah, that's for the landing gear. So we're going to unlock the landing gear. No, we don't actually want to do that. No, never mind. So it's just going to be 10 then. And 4 is going to be toggling of these. Is that right? Yes, there we go. Cool. So 2, 3, 4 for the boost back, and then deploy, and then I guess we'll figure things out in flight from there, right? We are go for launch. We're hitting the green button. Excellent. Good call. Let's do it. And like I said, don't really know if this code works. It should, but we'll see what happens. All right. We are go for launch here. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1, launch clamp release, and Falcon 9 is away. What's up, Super Sam? How are you? Super Ham Sam Mitch. Yeah, there you go. World program is looking good. Vehicle should now be in this pitch over maneuver, starting right about now. Depending on its velocity, what we coded in for. Yep, there it goes. Pitch over maneuver, and we'll hold it there. Awesome. You still missed the go no go sequence. I'll bring it back. I just always forget to do that before stream because I gotta set up all the voices and whatnot, you know. I just never remember to do it. All right, the vehicle should be now throttled down in its throttle bucket. That's looking good. All systems are normal. So we should see everything completely automated up through Miko, main engine cutoff and second stage separation, right? That should be what we see here. So we should have Miko action group 1, which will be the second stage separation and engine shutdown. We then transfer our control to our second stage, and then we leave it at that. And then should then exit. Okay, well, we'll see. In the meantime, I'll bring this over here so I can watch it on my other monitor as we fly this. Should be exiting the throttle bucket here in, it's actually ramping back up to full rated power up thrust until we hit, I think, 12 kilometers altitude. And it'll be basically be, if it's not already set to 100%, it'll set it to 100% at that point. And it looks like it's going to get there naturally by increasing its throttle. Basically, it increases its throttle because it's trying to maintain a specific maximum dynamic pressure all the way through that regime. And so as you go up in altitude, even though you're going faster, you're changing your atmospheric density faster than you're changing your velocity. So your max Q, your dynamic pressure rather, is going down faster than your velocity. So it naturally wants to throttle up to try and manage that dynamic pressure. So we should be coming up here, I don't know, in the next 15 seconds or so on Miko. Inner air has less pressure, that's true. Are they landing? We are going to definitely try to land. This will be a manual landing, though. Let's listen on the go, no-go poll call. Warlock, that's actually genius. I like that. And I think that is exactly what we're going to do. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I think that's actually genius. All right, so we're going to take that, leave that there. This is going to go ahead and go around. And we're going to go ahead and do full throttle and start our boost back burn. This is all manual control, just to remind everybody. Trying to see where we left off and what this thing's capability is. Try to get it above 70. There it goes. Perfect. I have no idea when is actually a good time to shut down. I don't actually know when we should shut down here. Let's see, that's going to be basically there. If we're using trajectories mod, right? Then I think it should be basically like that, right? We should aim for the trajectories mod to be accurate. So we'll probably do something like that. All right. And then what we could do if we wanted to, I'll go ahead and F5 here so we can just come back to this point. What we should be able to do is, since we got above 70 kilometers, we could potentially time warp there and then switch to our upper stage, get the upper stage into orbit, and then we could switch back. You basically have to get out of the atmosphere to be able to switch to your second stage. And then you could fly your second stage into an orbit, or some sort of rough orbit. Hopefully you have enough time before the Falcon 9 comes back down into the atmosphere. Ideally you can switch to it back when it's like 60 kilometers again on the other side of the apoapsis. But for now, just because we're testing the first stage, let's just stay with the first stage. All right, stop it, go away. Map view. All right, let's go ahead and see what it is we require. I'm going to go and aim surface. Basically, I'm going to probably point upwards here. There we go. Awesome. That's now there. So grid fins have been deployed. Ideally, we can then lock that in. Lock that in. I don't know if I have these actually. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I don't remember if I have a action group for these to be locked in. It's probably not even required that they do be locked in, but no matter. We will do it all the same. Lock them in. That is my final answer. There we go. Okay. So now we should be able to go to our primary OBC, master OBC. Open editor. Yes. Yes. And bring that down to 3. Aha, there we go, chat. See? So now we have roll. Yes, there we go. Awesome. Actually, can I bring that down all the way and it'll still do it? Oh yeah. Okay, we're good. So now we have grid fin control actuation, and yeah, great. So now all we should have to be able to do is ideally hit 0 as our action group, and a landing leg should be automatically deployed, locked in, and we should be good for a landing. So we'll see. Trajectory inaccurate due to rotation of the planet. No, trajectory is actually, so that's why in trajectories mod, it's showing impact over here, right? If we follow this down, but it's showing the X marks the spot over here. It does take into account the rotation of the planet. Where trajectories mod is inaccurate is what it doesn't account for dynamically. It accounts for it statically. What it doesn't account for dynamically is the lift of your vehicle, the angle of attack of your vehicle. You can come into here, right? And if you go into descent, you can actually give it different angles of attack that it can then use to like calculate. It's based off of your vehicle's lift characteristics, but they're static, right? So you basically give it what your static expected angle of attack is for re-entry, and then your high, low, and final, like for high altitude, low altitude, and then your final approach, and that can help. But yeah, like I said, it's static, so it's not going to ever be fully accurate, right? All right, let's get into a locked mode here so I can kind of see which way we're going to be facing here. Let me actually go ahead and do this then. So that's going to be up, that's going to be down. Actually, I do, yeah, perfect. So we'll go ahead and rotate. Preparation for gliding this in booster style. But yep, we're starting to get toasty here. See if we can't glide this back towards our landing zone. Here's our landing zone. We could even go back to this way, but I didn't really go far enough. I was trying to get it back on the pad that we took off from, like within that octagon or whatever it is, hexagon. So we'll see if we can't make it. Got plenty of Delta V for this. Go ahead and prime the engines for our landing burn. Grid fins are actually controlling us right now, chat. You can't see that. Grid fins are actually doing work. I love the stock grid fins, chat. Okay, looking good. Gliding in. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and start our landing burn now. This is all manual once again. Okay, need a little bit more thrust. Come on. Oh, it's not gonna go, chat. It doesn't want to do it. Please. There we go. Easy mode, chat. Didn't even need the landing legs. Is this your code? That was all me. The manual descent and everything was me. We have to get to the point where we can automatically do this. Yeah, so the, you know, that didn't really do what I was hoping it would do. Target extension, okay. So what happened exactly? And why? Why are you locked? Oh. I get it. I understand why this doesn't work. I understand why this doesn't work, chat. Wait, did that just lock into place? That did just lock into place. That just locked into place. Oh my god, it actually works. I now realize, I now understand after, for whatever reason, however long it's been since we looked at this, I now understand why that didn't work before. It's happy to see me, yeah. I now understand why that did not work, chat. Wow. I kind of want to fix that. I kind of want to fix that now. Chat, I wonder if these should also be driven. Because that's not locked. If that's full, and if this is full, oh my god, those actually do need to be a part of it, don't they, chat? Yeah. That's so messed up. I now understand. I now understand, chat, what has to happen. Nice legs. What's up, Deke? How are you? Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the view of my legs. Yeah, 100%. Never skip leg day. Landing gear overclock. And then the landing gear lock spam. It's this, chat. Open editor. Oh, that's so dumb of me. Oh, that's yep, that is dumb of me, chat. I understand why. Look at this. I'm saying lock as soon as it starts deploying, which is why the landing gear locked part actuated. Oh, silly me, chat. All right, I know we have it. Well, you know what? Let's actually see if we can just load it in and see if we can't fix that right off the rip. The lock spam. Yep, we're spamming lock. That's right. You're aiming for octagon or pad mount? Octagon, probably. Because we still have the, what do you call it? The Separatrons that are up there. The structural pieces that holds up the rocket on launch. We still have those separators up there. All right, so we can go ahead and deploy those. That should be fine. I don't think I actually have to lock those in. So yeah, I was kind of just aiming for that octagon or hexagon, I think it is. Okay, now that we're there, we can go ahead and say master OBC goes down to 0. Because the OBC basically locks out the grid fin control. So that way, while we're flying the rocket into space manually, they're not actuating and stuff, and we don't have to lock them out. So that does that. And then I think what we can do is our lock spam. That's the landing gear overclock. Open editor. And I want to delete, actually first, how fast do these actuate? All right, so let's go ahead and we can actually unlock them if we wanted to. So they're going at a traverse rate of 90 and they're maxing out at 116. So that's 90 degrees per second. And we can actually lock them, yeah? Yeah. So we could actually make them go faster even and go 116 or so. Yeah, 116. So I need 1 second of delay here. At least 1 second. Okay. So I need our lock spam, open editor, and I need 1 second. Oh, so they're already at 1 second. Okay. So let's make this, oh gosh, dang it, chat. That's already 1 second. So let's make this, because it's going to be on repeat. Oh, this is so tough. It's a tough call. I could actually just put this on a separate action group, maybe. Because I want it to spam quickly, right? And not have a delay. I want it to spam the lock really, really fast. So let me actually do that, I think. Let me go here, edit action groups, take it off of 10, play sequence, and put it on 8. Yeah, put it on 8. Yeah, so I'll do 0, 8. Basically, once the legs deploy, So those are toggled. Traverse rate 0. Is it just because they were locked or something? Because that should be... All right, let me test something here, chat, right? So everything should be unlocked. Yep. Okay, so everything is unlocked. And so if I hit landing gear deploy... So what's locked then? That's unlocked. That's unlocked. That one's locked. Why is that one locked? That's the thing about robotics, chat. There's no rhyme or reason as to why certain things work and others don't. Oh my gosh, if that actually works like that, holy cow, chat. And then yeah, these should all be unlocked at that time. Holy cow, if this actually works, I will be super ecstatic, chat. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start. We're getting to the point where we can actually start hitting the atmospheric effects and start gliding this thing back. Let's do that. So we're gonna go 0 and then 8. Yeah, 0 and then 8. Okay, grid fins are getting toasty. I like how the grid fins get hot first, kind of just like you're actually watching a Falcon 9 landing video, like a Starlink video. It always seems like the grid fins are impacted first. Okay, looking good. So yeah, it seems like I want to start around 1,800 meters or so. Grid fins are doing work. Look at them glide us in. Okay, looking good. Keep going. There we go. We're getting more aerodynamic, so the grid fins are becoming even more effective. Oh, we're gonna overshoot. Okay, landing burn's begun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. I don't think I started them early enough. Nope, definitely did not start them early enough. We may have lost all the engines but one, but we got the legs down. But that actually worked. If I had timed the landing burn, that may have been better. Okay, stand by. We're going to try that one more time. Yeah, I got distracted by our overshoot and should have just concentrated on our landing burn. See, this is why it would be so great to automate this process, chat, right? That's why this would be great. So we could get it consistent. No human error. Are the hinges there? The hinges rotate the landing gear, if that's what you're talking about. Or are you talking about the static I-beams? If you're talking about the static I-beams, I think we were testing this before and we were having trouble with the landing gear locking, so I added those just so we could actually test. But now, for whatever reason, you know, we had a revolutionary moment here, if you will, a revelation, if you will, on how to fix those issues. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Oh, because I'm silly, that's why. Yeah, I'm sorry. Because I'm silly. Yeah. That would be why. Should just be, I should hit 4, not 9. There you go. Cool. Take that cal sequence off of there. And I want to add it to 8 instead. Place sequence, there we go. Okay. Yep, we'll see how that works, chat. And I like to go ahead and unlock these. Good. They should all be unlocked. Yep, they are all unlocked. Perfect. Well, that, I think, should do it. All right, Puzzle, have a good night, my friend. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and thank you so much for the sub. Much love to you. Have a good night and a good Tuesday. All right. Let's go ahead and time warp back into the atmosphere a bit, and we can probably now go ahead and physics warp a little bit as well. No, we're going to be using KRPC, an actual Python, to implement. That's the goal. That do be the goal. Oh, what the heck? My YouTube chat. I am so sorry, YouTube. I swear I was not ignoring y'all. But for whatever reason, maybe because the stream went down for a second, my YouTube chat was not showing me actual YouTube chat. But yeah, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. On the YouTube side. I guess the little OBS downfall we had at the beginning of stream messed that up. Try to catch it. I think it'd be cool. That's the plan, Space Gravy. I would love to be able to do a Starship style of catch attempt. Eventually, we have a long way to go to get there, right? Like I don't want to underestimate, or for anybody to underestimate how long it is going to take for us to even remotely get there. And it all depends on the success that we have with our simple algorithms, right? Like we need to first be able to just get this back to an RTLS style of landing, and then we can branch out and do like maybe a barge landing. And then depending on that accuracy and reliability, we can start working on like building a Starship in the stock game and then actually landing Starship. That would be, or Super Heavy and Starship. Yeah, we gotta do this incrementally, right? How do you set the Cal controller to control axes? That is in the action groups. You can set them to like pitch. They basically have defined the axes in there. I'm gonna go ahead and prime the engines. I'll show you in a second here, Andy, if you're still here. Again, apologies for the chat being silly. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start our landing burn. 3-engine burn. Please tell me I started this early this time. This is early enough, right? Yeah, this is early enough, I think. Okay, and then we should go 0, 8. All right. Well, less ideal to hover, but this is at least better than what we had before. And it should be spamming the lock attempt now as well. We still have so much Delta V. I'm really hoping these landing gear locked. That'd be excellent if they did. Oh, they did lock, chat. Look at that. 4x4. All of them did lock. So that lock spam actually worked. See, it continues to loop. And basically what it's doing in that loop mode as a cow controller is I have these events set to do engage servo lock. So I'm literally doing it every 0.1 seconds. I'm trying to lock the robotic pieces, and it's working. I like it. You enjoyed your birthday? Well, happy belated birthday, Andy. I think I said a happy early birthday our last stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Turn 31? Hey, that's gonna be me in like 7 days, not even 7 days. Hey, what's up, PCN? How are you doing? Any plans to redesign? I know grip pads had good impact take and are lightweight. For what? These parts? The grip pads, like for landing gear? Maybe. Maybe. Certainly not opposed to a redesign. This is mainly just a really early Falcon 9 booster style attempt with stock grid fins that actually work. But yeah, we can make whatever we want. We can make whatever we want. You should buy the E volumetric clouds. It makes the game literal eye candy. I've been thinking about it, honestly, Cade. I've seen, I think Giant Waffle, right, recently got into KSP again, and he has that pack, and like seeing it visually, yeah, it seems pretty awesome. Seems pretty awesome. All right, we're gonna try that one more time, and then we're gonna get into some Python automation. Gotta do some testing with that, chat. Gotta do some testing. Because there's a couple things I want to test. One, can we do a boost back burn simply by targeting the landing pad and then boosting until like I manually shut it off so we can actually get the boost back burn automated? We'll see. We got things to try, or we could actually just go right into our test article, our DCX test article. Ooh, that might actually be better, and do it that way. That actually might be better. Nope, it doesn't seem to cause Kraken strikes, Super Ham. What did I build the grid fins out of? I'll show you. I will show you. All right, let's go ahead and deploy. So that's the grid fins. So the grid fins are a hinge piece, one of the long hinge pieces, right? A long alligator hinge, and those are attached to, it's actually just aim camera here. So each one of those alligator hinges is attached to one of these large servo pieces, the F12 servo pieces, like the skinny ones, right? And those actually allow you to actuate them back and forth. And then I have 4 of these propeller blades stacked. So that's actually what provides you the lift. And then to get the grid fin style of look, I added a decoupler to provide drag, and then a bunch of thermometers for the cosmetics. So that's what they are. And then how you make it to where you can actually fly the pieces by WSAD keys. Here, one second, let me bridge that gap. Yo, and who's coming in? Yo, N9 Gaming coming in with a massive raid. What's good, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all are just in time. We have a stock Falcon 9 that we're looking to automate. Haven't automated yet, and we're testing what this vehicle is able to do in terms of landing. So we have some stock grid fins made, we have stock landing gear made, and we're gonna see just how all of this pans out. What's up, N9? How are you doing? Hey, no worries, man. Much love to you. This is not real solar system. No, this is not real solar system. Got into KSP2 and loved it. Then the devs, yeah, screwed us over. Any must-have mods for beginners? I love the GPS mod for KSP2 with the maneuvers. So you can do exclamation point mods to see what I use. I mainly use like visual mods, no part mods. But I don't really think there's any wrong way to play KSP. But I definitely think something like trajectories is really easy, or a really good tool to have. If you don't know what trajectories it is, here, don't mind that mess. It provides you with your atmospheric trajectory, and it will actually give you an X marks the spot, accounting for the rotation of the planet that you're rotating around. It will actually give you an X on the surface for when you're trying to land. So if you're trying to do Falcon 9 style of landings, or if you're trying to do, you know, landing at a base on the moon, or landing at a base on Duna, or anything like that, trajectories is fantastic. Things like stock waterfall, parallax for visuals is amazing. Parallax is all I'm using right now, which gives you a really good looking Kerbin and other planets as well. But yeah, definitely those are a few of the go-tos for me. Okay, somebody asked previously about how to do the control actuations, bounding the servo controls to WSAD QR keys. And how you can do that is if you go into the action groups, you have your pitch, yaw, and roll. These are the axis groups, and you can actually have those bound to a cal controller. And so I actually have a cal controller for each axis, like this is our pitch controller. And if you open it up, you will see that I have the rotation of these grid fins bound to the axis. And when I do pitch, the keys, the WS keys, give you my pitch control based on the cal controller. So yeah, you can use action groups to bound those axes to a cal controller, which is really nice for like grid fins, for example. Doesn't that disable SAS? So no, it doesn't disable SAS. SAS just won't use them, unfortunately, but SAS will still try to stabilize you. right? Like right now my hands are off. SAS is controlling the RCS, right? And trying to stabilize me. But if I wanted to like actually input pitch and stuff, then to use the grid fins, I would need to hold the S key for pitch up here. But no, it doesn't disable it necessarily. Not any different than holding SAS in the plane and then like using WSAD keys to put in a new target attitude and stuff. Okay, that looks pretty good. Steer it back. There we go. Stand by for landing burn. Landing burn start. So we go from a 3-engine burn down to a single engine burn. And then will this work? There it goes. Servo lock. There we go. Started a little bit too high, but that's fine. We have plenty of delta V to bring this all the way down. My lock spam controller is actually running right now, which is basically spamming the servo lock engage function on the robotic parts. And that should have them lock in this position, which should be really good for a nice stable landing. And there we go. Nice. A little bouncy, but whatever does the job, right, chat? And there we go. So I'm glad we got that figured out. Now we can try and look to automate this entire sequence. That would be what would be great. Maybe I need to recheck my bindings and retest. I was using translate. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that shouldn't change that, but yeah. Brilliant landing, good sir. What's up, Nova? How are you doing? Yep, a little bouncy. The crush cores came in handy there for sure. But like I said, now what we need to do is try and automate all of that. And I think how I want to do that is actually going back to our career mode save, getting our test article out, our subscale demonstrator, basically our hopper. If you guys remember the grasshopper SpaceX used to test all of the early Falcon 9 guidance, navigation, and control algorithms. We built something similar based off of the DCX vehicle. That was a 1990s test article for single stage to orbit vehicles. And I think we'll play around with that and see if we can't implement some control capabilities through there. And landing was, yeah, thanks. I'm glad you liked it. For those who want more ready to go grid fins, I highly recommend Kerbal Reusability Expansion. Yeah. Each of my grid fins in stock that you just saw there are like 70 pieces, 70 parts per grid fin. Yeah, not great for low part count crafts, but they work and they get the job done in terms of visuals. You should build a Block 2 Starship or something similar to it. I certainly plan to, Cheese, but not yet. Not yet. I could have sworn it would have flipped. Nah, come on, faith. You gotta have faith. You're realism nerd, understandable. Have a good one. Thanks for coming over and checking the stream out. What is a good COM/COL for the Starship belly flop? Ideally, roughly neutral. Here, I'll show you on our current vehicle, the DCX, what we use in terms of its center of mass and center of lift placement, because our DCX vehicle, which we're about to fly, does a belly flop as well. So pretty much you want them to be as close as possible. You still probably want your lift vector to be slightly behind your center of mass, so that way it is stable. But you want it to be close enough to where any sort of like RCS that you might use on like your nose and your aft section of your craft can flip it over into a stable landing configuration. You built the version 2 Starship. Nice. So let's go to Space Bling Hangar. And simplify the build flow. KRE, Kerbal Engineering Redux? No, that's KER. What's KRE? and tanker sorties next year and twin stack starships, that'd be pretty wild. But they are ramping things up, so yeah, by late next year I wouldn't really be surprised. All right, so let's go to our DCX style of vehicle here. This guy. So here's our little subscale demonstrator, our reusable subscale demonstrator, I might add. Let me go ahead and make this the root node real fast so we can take the truck off. All right, so basically when you're flying with any sort of angle of attack, actually, I'm sorry, we want, that's all empty. Trying to remember what, I do use fuel priorities to make sure that we, so that's -10, that's also -10, so that means that these go first. Yes, right, the lower number, or is it the higher number that goes first? Yeah, I think it's the higher number that goes first, right? So I'm pretty sure I'm using all of the mass in the back first. So that's gonna be -12. That's -10, -10, -10, -10. Yeah. So it basically comes back like this, right? And it does a belly flop like this to where it's essentially neutral. So it does a belly flop in this sort of configuration. So it only needs a little bit of RCS control to maintain it, because the thing is that's hard to realize based off of just your center of mass and center of lift for this vehicle is, as you'll notice, it has no wing parts except for the elevons. And so this center of lift point is only oriented around our elevons. But in reality, if you use something like our Kerbal wind tunnel mod, and you look at the velocity curves, I'm sorry, our angle of attack curves, you can see that we are essentially zero, actually I want pitching torque for wet and dry. Yeah, so you can see that for our torque, we're basically statically neutral right here at 0 angles of attack. See how the slope of this vehicle is basically flat right at that point, almost at a saddle point. So at that 0 angle of attack, we are actually statically neutral, going right into statically unstable and then statically stable. So having something like your wind tunnel mod, Kerbal wind tunnel, is really, really nice to be able to see the actual dynamics of your vehicle, both at wet and dry configurations. So yeah, so long as you have enough RCS control to counteract your vehicle's pitching torque. If you're statically neutral, then that means any amount of RCS thrust is going to basically push you over into a horizontal or a vertical landing mode. That's kind of how we designed it here. Yes, indeed. So I definitely highly recommend Kerbal Wind Tunnel as a mod if you want to kind of get granular with your vehicle design, right? Because you want something that might be statically neutral or even slightly unstable like this vehicle. Because then if you look at something like an airplane, let's go to this airplane. If you look at an airplane, right, and look at the same plot, go ahead and update vessel, you'll see it is very, very stable. So basically a line descending from left to right means that your vehicle is stable. So as you can see, we are basically have a neutral pitching torque, very, very close to neutral pitching torque, at 0 angle of attack, which is kind of what you want for an aircraft. You can basically see your trim condition in order to get this specific altitude and velocity. So you can see all of that information in Kerbal Wind Tunnel, and you can see the entire flight envelope, which is actually really nice as well. So you can kind of see that our stall speed is around 55 to 60 meters per second. You know, over here, we're not flying less than 50 meters per second. Over here, we're not flying because we're going to be stalling our engines and all that jazz. It's pretty nice. Wasn't there something similar in FAR? Yes, FAR does give you the same capabilities, yeah. Yes, and whole cam for SpaceX style landings is really nice as well. It's on your channel for the Starship stuff. That's awesome. That's actually really cool. All right, but anyways, very nice indeed. Let's go ahead and get our DCX vehicle. We'll put it out there, F5, and so we can get a constant loop of testing, and let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do with this little guy. Let's go ahead and make sure we have no Kerbals on board. And I want Thomas, our dedicated grounds crewman, out and working the vehicle here. We are having rocket scientist, not a linguist. Yes, 100%. Yeah, English, not an engineer strong suit whatsoever. 100% Panta. Yeah, not even going to pretend. English and bad English, right? The two languages. All right, come on now. You can load on up. Any second. There we go. So like I said, this is a vehicle that we developed to be our small test article, if you will, for testing our algorithms that we're about to hopefully implement for, or start implementing. Like I said, it's probably going to take a while. Start implementing and doing that testing for landing a Falcon 9 style of vehicle back on a pinpoint landing. You completely understand? Good, good, good. So what I'm kind of thinking about doing here is something on the order of like taking off, maybe entering a hover, and maybe targeting another landing zone of some sort, whether that is that one over there or just some other spot. I don't know. I think that might be what we want to do. So that way we can actually figure out if, and we can scale that up, right? Kind of like what the Grasshopper did for Falcon 9. If you guys don't know about the SpaceX Grasshopper. Grasshopper is old school tech, chat. But SpaceX essentially used this subscale demonstrator to do early testing of their guidance, navigation, and control for pinpoint accurate landings for the actual Falcon 9 vehicle. So I kind of want to use DCX to be able to do this, to where it's going to go up, it's going to maybe enter a hover or something. It might then be able to divert to another landing zone that we dedicate, and basically test everything that would be required for a full Falcon 9 style of landing. Hey, what's up, Ewok? How are you doing? So yeah, that's our. It's going to end up being our Grasshopper style of vehicle, this DCX. You're going to get a gaming PC to play some older games like Star Trek Legacy. Nice. Heck yeah. So yeah, that's all Grasshopper did, was basically try to test what it would require to actually land a system with wind and turbulence and all that other stuff back accurately on a landing zone. Yes, Pone Sister, I did know that, but where's the fun in that, man? Where's the fun in that? Is the wind tunnel mod compatible with FAR? I don't think so, but I thought FAR kind of gives you one of those already. Now, if we go to the DCX, this is the other vehicle. This is the vehicle that we actually built in KSP. This is them doing the Swan Dive test, which is pretty awesome. If you guys don't know what the DCX vehicle is, like I said, it was supposed to be a subscale demonstrator for what was supposed to be a much larger single stage to orbit vehicle. This was built by McDonnell Douglas sometime in the 90s. Pretty successful program. They did like 7 or 8 flights, successfully testing, like, you know, hovering, successful testing of automated divert and landing to a different pad. Unfortunately, during its last flight test, even though the flight test went perfect in terms of vehicle performance, one of the deployable landing gear failed to deploy. So even though it touched down nice and easy, it then tipped over, exploded, and then the program was canceled. So yeah, a bit unfortunate. Here you can see it doing its swan dive, basically a belly flop maneuver as it targets another landing pad. And this is, like I said, this is exactly what our vehicle does in KSP right now as well. And now it's going into a vertical landing mode as it lines up for its actual pad that it's supposed to land on. Will they go to Mars? SpaceX? Yeah, 100%. I don't know when they'll go to Mars, but they will. So unkerbal-like. That's right, Terrace. That's so right. But yep, see, coming in. Now it's fully vertical for landing configuration. There's the deployable landing legs that just shot out. Nice and easy landing. And there you go, successful mission. But yeah, that's what we built. And then the last thing, let's see, Cobalt. I want to see Mastin Space Systems. Finally, it will end up doing this. If you guys don't know Mastin Space Systems, they are now an astrobotics company. But I'm really hoping that we can do this right here with our vehicle. This is kind of what I want our current vehicle that's out on the pad right now to do. So we're going to go up autonomously to a targeted altitude. By the way, this vehicle was used to test the terrain relative navigation system that was used on Perseverance, the Perseverance rover for Mars. It's going to then descend, quick decision, and divert to an alternative landing zone. I love seeing the gimbal here, just automatically goes, whoop, we're going this way now. This is out at Mojave Air and Spaceport in California. There's the Boeing 747 graveyard in the background. Divert to an alternative landing zone before coming in nice and easy, but fairly fast. There's the landing zone right there. Ah, so good, chat. And touchdown. So yeah, that's what I want to do, because I think that will basically give us a full sort of representative mission that we're going to need for Falcon 9. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take us to get there, but I think we have a pretty good starting point. I think we have a pretty good starting point for this vehicle. So we'll go ahead and put this vehicle on the ground. There we go. And we'll go ahead and drive the truck away. And we'll get it back to the ASD, or the arbitrary safe distance. That seems good. And so with the Kerbal Constructs mod, what we can do is go ahead and fill it up here at the pad. There we go, filled with locks, and here's oxidizer. Okay, we'll go ahead and F5 right now. How many times has it landed? Oh gosh, I don't even know. A good number if you're talking about our vehicle. A good number. It's landed successfully. And we're starting to get it pretty consistent to be around this hexagon here. Like it can land somewhere here. Our targeted landing zone is right here. X marks the spot. It basically uses its takeoff point as its landing zone, where it actually wants to go. And we can pretty consistently get it within 100 to 150 meters of that landing zone, which is basically this hexagon here, which is, I think for simple linear controls is pretty good. But there's definitely room to expand that and make it even better. All right, so let's go ahead and get our Python up and running. Don't need any of that. All right, so we want the DCX hop test, and we're gonna go ahead and fly it and see what happens. Hey, Apollo, how are you doing? So there it goes, 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vehicles away. Landing gear retract. And we're flying. Yep, this is all going to be autonomous from here. So So we're looking pretty good. We should be tracking somewhere on the order of a 71 to 72 kilometer apoapsis. It's actually estimating its apoapsis to account for drag during its coast phase. So the apoapsis will actually go a little bit more than the target, which I think is at 70, to account to make sure we actually achieve 70 kilometers on our apoapsis during its coast period, right? Because it basically burns full throttle up to a certain altitude and then coasts the rest of the way. And so now you have drag and the acceleration due to gravity, decelerating your vehicle. So it tries to account for all of that using a simple Euler integrator that we made in Python as well, which we can see right here. Just a simple Euler estimator. So all that should be good. We get into our predicted apoapsis. This can actually even be tuned a little bit better. But for the most part, it's pretty good. It gets us within a kilometer or so. All right, stand by for apoapsis. Like I said, it should be, so this apoapsis here doesn't actually count for drag. There we go, so 70.7, not bad. And we'll see, you can see that now that we have drag induced on the vehicle, that apoapsis is actually going to start decreasing. So even though our target is 70, it's going to go a little bit higher than that. All right, now we should be able to time warp up to apoapsis. And then there's going to be a quick succession of things to come. One, it will start its pitch over maneuver, because this thing does land similar to Starship in a belly flop configuration. It basically gets into a wedge shape. It basically uses the wedge to remain stable during descent. It enters a brief altitude hold, and then there is the rotation to get into its belly flop. Also, what it's doing is lining itself with the targeted landing zone, which, like I said, is that pad. So we are now, if we were to look at just the XY position and be able to zoom out, we're basically aiming right for the pad right there. And there we go. Not bad. Don't forget to turn on RCS and SAS. Don't need SAS. Nope. No SAS required. Yeah, so right now it is using our automated PID controls, and you can see it doing some calculations here. So we are in control mode 2B. We are 5,000 meters away from the pad in the XY position. We are moving backwards. That's what the negative sign indicates. Moving backwards away from the pad at 30 meters per second in opening. So therefore we are commanding a negative 33-degree pitch down attitude. So we can try and use the body lift of our vehicle to gain forward momentum. So you can actually see it's pitched down rather aggressively, because what we want to do is actually increase our velocity moving towards the pad. And then as we start picking up velocity, it'll start gradually lifting the nose up, and maybe even start pitching up a lot, so we can start slowing down as we move towards the pad. What you can see is kind of in that wedge shape in order to maintain stability here. RCS kicked on. Yeah, no, you're good, Apollo. All good, my friend. RCS is just trying to keep the nose up as we basically belly flop, going 850 meters per second into the atmosphere. Let's see where we are now. We are now 7 kilometers downrange, moving towards the pad at 100 meters per second. So you can see it starting to command a pitch up attitude. And it's remaining pretty stable. It should then want to get into its flight mode, which will rotate basically wings level, if you will. So that way it can use the body lift as well as these control surfaces to try and orient itself towards the pad. And now we're moving towards the pad. 3 kilometers downrange at 164 meters per second. It's going to continue to pitch up. What's up, Sea Kraken? How are you? Going to continue to pitch up. There it goes. Really trying to slow down now. Trying not to overshoot if it can help it. It probably will overshoot a little bit, but that's fine. If it does, it'll just reorient itself or try. There we go. Looking good. There we go. Looking very good. And now it should get into its landing mode. Automated landing burn coming up. There it goes. And it's going to enter its hover gate. And hopefully come in nice and easy all the way down. Oh, we're on a hill. Oh, that's no good. But fine, fair enough. So our last target was 151 meters from our targeted landing zone. Is it logs? I think it's exclamation point log. Yeah, there it is. Do you have a semi-in-depth explanation of your code approach? So all of it should be on my GitHub. If you search Rocket Guy, I2 Rocket Guy on GitHub, you can find it. I think it's also in the YouTube description, and it's also on the my Twitch socials as well. I don't have a video yet fully explaining all of the code, but if that's something you want to see, then I can certainly look to make that. But yeah, that's what we do right now. It didn't tip. Yeah, let's go. Although it's sliding, which is less than ideal, but what if we turned RCS off? Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, there you go. Are you allowed to publish this code? I mean, ITAR, you know? Yeah, it's fine. I'm not doing anything that is considered ITAR. You could not load this up into anything and make it work. I'm using all open source stuff, things that you can find in a textbook. That's not ITAR. No. Nope, no ITAR. I'd like a video, make it a code along. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Especially once we get into like the Falcon 9 style of landings, that'd be pretty sick. Yeah, I can do that. Hypothetically, Python guided. Yeah, let's not do that. But no, like I said, nothing I'm doing is not something you could just find in a textbook or other like simulations in Python and stuff that you can find on GitHub already. You can help with the editing if you need. Well, I'd appreciate that. We'll see. We'll see once we get there. But anyways, like I said, that is where this thing does right now. So we got to improve it. So what I was kind of thinking, chat, like I was showing earlier, the DCX vehicle. The DCX, I think what we want to do is have it go up to a certain altitude, target another pad, maneuver over to that pad, and then basically get into a landing configuration. That, I think, is what we want to do. And I think I have everything necessary to do that. So if we want to look at the code that we have right now, right? The code we have right now does a line of sight angle to our targeted latitude and longitude. It's a very, very simple method for just getting your where your heading needs to be in order to actually target your latitude and longitude, like where your pad is, where your drone ship should be, and things like that. We also correct that to make sure that we're working with the actual translated heading, because heading in the game is actually, they use a weird coordinate system. So we do use the corrected computation LOS angle. I don't think we use the rate. We could if we wanted to basically add another basically control system into our architecture. Basically all we're using is a PID loop that's trying to track this angle. But what we could do is add a PID loop that tracks this angle and also tries to minimize this, basically our rate of our line of sight. But I don't think we have to do that. We get pretty good capabilities just using the actual angle and not the rate, so we'll see. Haver signs not really needed. We do use that to get our downrange distance. Actually, we might actually, do I use that anywhere? Let's see. Haver sign. I do use that in the actual control loop. Yeah, that's how we get the distance to the pad. And then we use a PID loop for our pitch indicator based on that distance to pad. Yeah, okay. That's right. That's right. We calculate our heading error to make sure we translate our line of sight into a heading. I mean, it's all fairly simple stuff. So like I said, we have our target latitude and longitude, which is basically where we lift off from. We can actually change this to be a latitude and longitude of our system over here. Stand by. Let's see if we can't do that first. So let's go ahead and reload. Space Mission Engineering. All right. Let's see. 154 from Sea Kraken. You want page 154 from the Space Mission Engineering? Okay, stand by. Stand by. All right, let's see. So if you guys don't know, I have redeemable book reads, if you will, page reads, if you will. So while that's loading up, let's see. So, fresh off the press of the Rocket Guy library, Space Mission Engineering, you want the new SMAD, chat. Yeah, this is a massive 1,000-page textbook for how to develop satellite missions. And you want page 154, huh? All right, let's see here what we got. 154. All right. You're going to look at an eclipse analysis, Sea Kraken. The eclipse analysis. All right. So let's see what it says. If I am sitting on the spacecraft, I see the Earth going around me relative to the background stars in the same path as an observer at the center of the Earth would see the spacecraft move against the same stars, only 180 degrees out of phase. Yeah, you with me so far? That makes sense. At any given time, the apparent disk of the Earth is a circle on the celestial sphere, centered at the point somewhere along the orbit plane. As we will determine in section 8.3, the angular radius of the Earth, as seen from 1,000 kilometers altitude, is approximately 60 degrees. The outline of this disk of the Earth at series of locations along the orbit is shown by the sequence of dotted circles of 60 degrees radius centered on the orbit plane. So if you want to know what you're actually calculating in this textbook, chat, is you're trying to calculate where your system's basically targeted, let's say your targeted, where your point over the Earth is actually going to be located. So we map it to like the celestial sphere based on your coordinate system for Earth. And you can basically translate where you are at 1,000 degrees altitude, where you are actually on Earth. So it's almost like what we're doing now. What we're trying to do, funny enough, is we are trying to figure out where our targeted landing zone is relative to the latitude and longitude of our system as it's in the air. So this is actually pretty useful, not gonna lie. Yo, Audev coming in with $2 Canadian, saying good luck. I much appreciate that on how, I assume you're saying good luck to us automating this launch vehicle. Very much appreciate that. What book is that? This is a 1,000-page book called The New SMAD. If you Google The New SMAD, right, The New SMAD here, where it is, there it is. Space Mission Engineering, The New SMAD. It is a fantastic textbook on everything that you might need to know if you want to develop a satellite mission. Yep, Abby, I get it. I 100% get it. Yeah, you get really down in the weeds with that textbook. And keep in mind, I read one paragraph on that page, and there's 7 of them. Yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but anyways, I've been wanting a new SME book forever. Had a copy for the club at uni, and now don't have access to it. Should make it my Christmas gift for the year. You should. I'm still waiting for the new SMAD to drop, because this book, chat, this book is almost 13 years old. Yeah, the new SMAD was the new SMAD, right, is actually literally the name of the textbook, was published in 2011. Yeah, it'd be nice if they updated it, because if you look in here, they have a section on CubeSats. CubeSats, if you guys don't know the history of CubeSats, had their first launch in like 2011. And basically the entire section on CubeSats is like 4 pages, and it's like, oh, this seems like really useful technology on having a low-cost standardized system to get to orbit. But yeah, then they're like, we'll have to wait and see if that is true. Yeah, 12 years, you know, almost more than that. Almost more than 12 years later, CubeSats continue to be the #1 system that goes into orbit every launch. Like rideshare missions, the last SpaceX transporter mission launched like 100 CubeSats. Yeah, it's now the old SMAD 100%. Yeah. So I really want the new SMAD to drop. The first one was in 1999, if my memory serves, and then the new SMAD, basically the second edition of the space mission engineering book, was in 2011. Now they need to go into the 3rd edition because it is out of date. Like, their cost models in this book don't account for all of the new improvements that have been made in basically lowering cost of space missions. So like, if you try to use their cost model to model the cost of a CubeSat, and if you guys don't know what a CubeSat is, a CubeSat is basically a standardization attempt in the aerospace industry to develop a satellite, a fully functional satellite that's essentially around the size of a small desktop computer or like a shoebox. And so you can imagine a tiny little shoebox. If you try to use the new SMAD's parametric cost model, it's going to end up being like $15 million or $20 million, when in reality, they should only be like a couple million for something that size. So yeah, it needs to be updated. It really does. I'll wait for the audiobook. Need something to put me to sleep. That'll do it. Yeah, 100%. What's the set of ideas for evaluating landing accuracy? I'm actually not there yet, Houston. I don't know. There's certain things that we could do. Probably going to have to be some sort of like optimization method, whether that's convex optimization, which I think is something that Falcon 9 actually uses. Basically, convex optimization says like, okay, I am here, my landing zone is here, here's my model of my system, let me optimize the control inputs to get me to that landing zone. So that's something, it's a little bit complex though. We can definitely look into that, but yeah, I'm not sure. We could also maybe do just simple linearized optimal control. Or it might even just be something requiring more robust navigation, right? So when you talk about GNC, guidance, navigation, and control is only a very small part of that entire architecture, right? You also have guidance and navigation, which basically are what tell your spacecraft where you are with respect to where you want to be, right? So the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. That's guidance and navigation. Control is then saying like, okay, this is how far away I am from here. Now let's actually input, you know, fin actuations or engine gimbal to actually get us from point A to point B. So it might even require just a more robust navigation method, because right now we're just using very, very simple line of sight targeting, where, you know, if we look at just a 2D representation of our vehicle, doesn't matter altitude, but our vehicle with respect to its landing zone, it's just trying to always orient itself right around that targeted landing zone. Where in reality, we could implement something more robust like proportional navigation. Proportional navigation is almost exactly what it sounds like. You add a proportional controller into it that works off of the air for how far off you are from your landing zone. So there's different ways. There's different ways to do it, 100%. So I'm not exactly sure. Going maybe the navigation improvement route first might be easier. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. A couple mil for a CubeSat is still nuts. Yeah, it is. I mean, you can do a 1U CubeSat, right? A 1U CubeSat, if you guys don't know, can fit inside the palm of your hand, roughly. It's 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, right? So like that's somebody's hand. You can literally pick it up. It's like something a little bit larger than like a Rubik's Cube. And these things, to launch them, if you get a nice rideshare opportunity, these things are only like, I don't know, 100,000. Yeah. But of course they're really, really small, so it kind of depends on like what you can do with them, if you will. Here's a 2U CubeSat. So that's the whole thing. A CubeSat is based around this 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters block. And they come in different configurations. You can have a 1U, you can have a 2U, you can have a 3U CubeSat, which is 3 of them stacked all on top of each other. You can have a 6U CubeSat, which is like a shoebox, where you have basically the 3 next to another 3 all integrated together. You can then of course have a 12U CubeSat, which basically takes another 6U CubeSat and stacks it on top of each other. You can then have a 24U CubeSat. You know, it just scales up from there. But yeah, that's the aerospace industry's attempt to standardize satellite development, and it does pretty good. I mean, it's still probably the #1 way to get like tech demonstrations and things for low cost up into orbit. Only 100K, yeah. So a mini Borg, yeah, 100%. Let's just call it the slightly aged SMAD. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The guidance and navigation parts being possible in stock would make things so much easier. Yeah, I agree. Do any CubeSats have tracking solar panels? Yeah. I know of a couple of missions that have done that. What was it? The Mars CubeSat. The Mars CubeSat, Marco, I think it was. Was it Marco? Yeah. The Mars Cube 1, or otherwise known as Marco, had tracking solar arrays, so that way they could maintain the they had a big phased array antenna here for communications at Earth, and because they had to make sure that the phased array antenna was always pointing towards Earth, they also had to have tracking solar arrays. So yeah, they had basically 2 6U solar arrays, if you will, on a gimbal that could or an actuator that could actuate. Nice, Audev. That's awesome. There's the actual system right there. Actually, is that the actual system? That almost looks like a mock-up. That might be the actual system, though. But yeah, yes, CubeSats can definitely have tracking solar panels. All right. I want to take the truck, and we're going to drive it over here. Because what I want to do, chat, is see if we can develop a simple guidance and navigation routine to have this vehicle take off, hit a certain altitude, and then divert to another area. And I think that'll get us started here. And we have plenty of Delta V's, so I feel like we could certainly do it to the other landing pad, or the other pad here. Why is there a strut on the roof? What are you talking about? You're talking about these? Or what? These are kind of more for show than anything. Make it look like there should be glass or something here, you know? Oh, oh, that's for a camera system. Oh, I'll show you. Don't worry. Yeah, we have a camera system up there targeting the actual pad. So that way when we have... uh-oh, this is bad. Not paying attention. Distracted driving, chat. It's a no-no, okay? It's 100% a no-no. What's up, Jeb? How are you? You tried that, but I failed? What are you talking about? What did you fail? There's no failure. It's only failure if you completely didn't even bother to learn from your mistakes. All right, so you see this? It's got cameras on it, pointing at the launch pad here. No, you're good, Seacracken. I'm just bothering you. There's the angle of it. So yeah, we could basically do a zoomed out view for when we launch something from this pad. That's why that's there. All right, let's try this again. Yep. That's why Kerbal shouldn't be talking to a live stream chat while they're driving. Yeah, maybe that's why Twitch has those sorts of rules. Maybe that is case in point. For when landing, that space plasma, we're on the same wavelength, yeah. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, indeed. You tried and failed, unfortunate. How will you get the locations correct? For the location, oh, that's what you tried and failed? Gotcha. I'm going to send this truck over here to the pad. I'm then going to develop a simple script to output the latitude and longitude of the truck, which will be on that pad. And then I'll just hard code that into our script that we're about to write. I think that's how we're gonna do it. Gotta stay off the lawn, chat, okay? Stay off the lawn. I hit that racing line, chat. Going over the warning markers like they do in F1. Whew. Missed it by that much. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that works. That's the simplest way I know how to do it. Right here. Actually, I think it's technically where the root part is, so where's the root part on this craft? This will be close enough, I think. When are you gonna program a chopstick landing? We gotta learn to crawl before we can walk, before we can run, before we can sprint, Panta, okay? So it's gonna take a minute, all right? I'm sorry, it's gonna take a minute. Do I already have this script up in my test? I just want something that prints out retrograde heading, something that prints out the landing zone. Do I not already have this here? Test roll control. Nope, I guess not. Okay, so we'll go DCX simple hop. All right. I want con vessel initialize, and then that, and then we will print that. Okay. Oh, that was the wrong button. Control copy. There we go. Then if we go into test, let's do define print flat lawn, that, and vessel. That should be all that we need, if that even. Let's see, we don't need any mission parameters, don't need any of that. Actually, I don't even need this, do I? Because that should already be up here in initialize test. Yeah. So this I don't care about. This I just want print lat long. Vessel, there we go. All right, landing site, and then I just want to print landing site. All right, that should do it. So now, if I run this, will it explode? Nope, there we go, perfect. So is that what we already had up here? Negative 0.9774. All right, so that was actually this one that we already had. Perfect, okay, well that's good to know. I'm glad we figured that out. All right, so let's go ahead and make a new script here. This is gonna be DCX, what do we wanna call this, chat? flight envelope expansion dot pi. All right, we're gonna be able to take probably a lot of what we already have and start with that. Are there better tires for that truck? Yes, they are, but they're locked behind the next what do you call it, R&D center. So I need $16.9 million to upgrade to a level 3 tech center before I can even think about getting better the better tires for it. Yeah, I pretty much want all of that. I actually kind of want all of this, actually. You know what, we're just going to take this, copy it, and then we'll start deleting it from there, because yeah, for the most part I want all of this minus the landing stuff. So, well, I want the landing stuff as well eventually, but let's see, do I use that one? Because I can also clean that up as well if I don't use it. So yeah, computed, correct, haversign, compass heading, corrected. Yeah, so I can get rid of the other one then. I can get rid of this one, because that one we learned is wrong because of the yeah, and the rate we don't actually use either. So we'll get rid of that for now as well. We can probably come up with something better anyways. Sounds like the US military. Yeah, 100%. Exclamation point blurg. There you go. And give the bot a second. For whatever reason, the bot always takes a second to connect. There it goes. Or it'll break Jeb's legs. Yeah, it could. Yeah. You better have it perfected by tomorrow. Got it. Yeah. Why not just Alt F12? Oh, you know, is that actually a thing? Space Plasm? Ooh. Well, apparently there's a null reference error somewhere. Where does it show that? Do you know? I actually didn't know. Is it in the error GUI data? No, it's not in the error GUI data, right? That's heading, pitch, AOA, radar altimetry. So it's not in the error GUI data. What's it under? If it's cheats and then set location. Set orbit. Well, this allows me to set it to what I want, but does it just like print it somewhere? How am I doing this? KRPC is the one. KRPC is the mod. Set position. Oh. Well, see, I didn't know. I never knew about this. Here, I've been playing the game for like 8 years, and I never knew this right here. Well, that's good. Huh. But would you look at that, chat? Well, would you look at that? And I assume it moves with it. No? Oh, yeah, I just have to keep doing it. Gotcha. Oh, well, would you look at that, chat? How about that? You learn something new every day. Well, all right. A little road trip never hurt anybody, though, right? Alrighty. Compute heading error. Do I use that one? Compute heading. I do use compute heading. Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine. Good. All right, so let's start digging into this and seeing what we don't actually need. Go ahead and clean that up. Don't care about this anymore. But does it rotate with the planets, the coordinates? It should be. It should be in like a ECEF frame, Earth, centered Earth fixed frame. It should be relative to your. It should be an absolute latitude and longitude, which does rotate. So that's our apoapsis target. I don't know if we actually care about our apoapsis target. Maybe we do. Do we? Yeah, maybe we do. We'll leave it. Don't need any of that. Our heading, though, we're gonna have to calculate our heading to the pad, I think, right? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. We could just maintain a pitch of like 90. So that way we just go straight up, right? And then it will divert to the pad, essentially, after that point. Yeah, okay. Let's change that to 90. That's fine. All that should be fine. We'll change this to 1 second, so we basically get an instant ignition. Landing site. Landing site is going to change. Landing site is going to be this. So that we can actually get rid of. Actually, do I want to do that? I don't think I do. I don't know if I use this somewhere else or not. I probably don't, but just to make sure we maintain everything needed. And that should be latitude and longitude, is that right? Target lat, target long. Just trying to maintain as much of the code as possible. This is KRPC, yep, KRPC. Allowing me to use Python to control things in the game. All right, that all looks fine. Let's change our target altitude. Also, V staging. I don't use that anywhere, right? No, okay. So V staging I don't even care about. Well, I guess I do because of this. Like, that doesn't matter. Liquid fuel, liquid oxidizer, that's all fine. That's all fine. Okay, okay. Target altitude, we're gonna call that, let's start off with what, 15,000 meters? I wonder if that's gonna be high enough. I wonder if that's gonna be high enough, chat. Okay. That all should be good. Now we do our throttle controls. That should all be fine. Okay, I think all that's fine. So now we want this. And let's do a hover for 10 seconds. And then we need to have our target roll, our target pitch. Our target pitch is actually going to be variable. Let's have our target pitch be somewhere on the order of 10 degrees to start. Target roll can be 0.0. Doesn't really matter. It actually can even be float nan. Right? Isn't that the correct way to use that? If I go to my other code here, float nan. Let's just copy that, make sure it's the same. Basically, float nan, this is the API for KRPC to basically say, okay, no target roll, just use whatever a current roll is. So if you set it to nan, then there's no target for the controller. Are the Starship mods and Venture Star mod worth it? I feel like that's kind of like a you question. Like if you seem to, if that's something that you want to play around with, right? I'll leave that for a moment. I don't feel like that's actually necessary here, but we'll see. All right. And then TB, time to burn calculation. I don't know if we actually want to do the time to burn. I guess we can, it's fine. If our surface altitude is less than, yeah, this is going to be the stuff that we're going to want to rewrite. Which you kind of, you know what I kind of want to do, chat, is just see what does it do now. Like if we leave everything right like it is, what does it do right now? So this should be all fully fueled. Yep. Let's just see what this code does right now. All right. It should basically go vertical until it reaches an apoapsis target of 15 kilometers. It should burn past 15 kilometers to account for the coast phase and the drag on the vehicle. Yes, the forum is back online. What forum? What you talking about? Okay, we're at 3 kilometers altitude. So remember, that is our target right there. So ideally, it's 15 kilometers altitude, hovers. Man, we could actually make this so much lower. Maybe just like 5 kilometers altitude and not 15. Should hover, then ideally track the targeted landing zone. KSP forums is back? Okay. I didn't know they were down. Fair enough. All right, there we go. We're coasting. So we burned past 15 kilometers in the hopes that our coast time with drag is going to bring it further down, closer towards 15 kilometers. It's been down since 16. Interesting. Well, there you go. The KSP forums are back. Okay. We should see it enter an altitude hold here momentarily. Before, I think it should still kick into its body flop mode. Yep, there it goes. Altitude hold. And there it goes into its pitch over. And now it should be tracking the new landing zone. So that's interesting. Okay. Yep, that's right, Jeb. It's less reliable in the Kerbal X these days. Yeah, and getting that Heroku error on Kerbal X is definitely a pain sometimes. It's like, why? All right, we're in our belly flop. It's tracking the new pad location, which is good. Uh-oh. We might be too full of fuel, chat. I think we're too full of fuel. We can't get back over. Oh, no. All right, well. Well, that's kind of funny. Yep. We're too far away, chat. It doesn't know what to do. It doesn't know what to do. Oh god, we're coming in with way too much horizontal velocity. Oh no. Nice. Nice. Yep, I forgot we didn't have enough controllability to get the nose back down after we pitched up. All right, let me recycle that back here, chat, and see. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Perfect indeed. Yes, very much rip. It's okay. We I know what we got to do now, chat. Because I think what happened, if I'm not mistaken, because we had this for its coast phase, one pesky little line of code, chat. Somewhere. This one, for thruster in part thrusters enabled true. Where do we have that set to false? We have that set to false somewhere. Okay, let's see. Where is that set to false? Control gear, burn flag start. Do we not? Or is it an action group toggled? I think it might be an action group. Stand by. Somewhere in here we turn off the RCS. It's either an action group or we actually set the RCS to turn off. Thruster.enabled equals true. So that's turning them on when we're in control mode 2. We were in control mode 3 and they weren't on yet. So that enables them. That enables them. That should enable them when we're below 1500. Do I have them action grouped? I do have them action grouped. Okay, so somewhere that action group is turning them off. There it is. That little pesky guy right there. Turn that off. We'll leave them on. Let's try that again. Okay. There we go. What's up, Nova? Crash with a larger explosion. There you go, Karvek. That sounds right. That's the KSP we all know and love, yep. And the probe core is still standing. Can you add some deployable swing wings for more horizontal travel? We could. I don't think it's necessary though. Just because, like, if you saw what we were doing there, we only went up to 15 kilometers, and just by falling through the atmosphere and using our body lift, we were traveling towards the vehicle towards the pad. We were traveling towards it at 63 meters per second and climbing. So I don't really think it needs additional horizontal movement capabilities, at least not yet. Maybe once we get to like the drone ship landings and stuff, we might actually need more cross range and whatnot, but for the moment, just by doing these small translations, it should be okay. Yeah, Jeb, I'm using the truck's location. I'm actually using the pad's location. It just so happens to be the truck is on the pad, but you know. A permanent lunar presence. I agree. Yeah, we got to get there. All right, there's going to be the hover slam, well, not the hover slam, the altitude hold. Yep, there we go. We're tracking our altitude, and then it's going to pitch over here. There it goes. And tracking the pad. So as you can see, our nose is lined up with our targeted landing zone, so that is tracking, which is good. Isn't the rocket going to land on the truck? Only if we were lucky. Space Plasm. Only if we got lucky. SpaceX should hire me? No. Come on. What they do, they're doing just fine. They're doing way more complicated stuff. We're just making things work in KSP. KSP is an ideal world, okay? They have to deal with like GPS dropouts and turbulent air and aerodynamics and yeah, all that jazz. See, this is what happened last time. I don't really know why it's doing that. It's like overshooting its control, which is, I find kind of weird. And then because we're too full of fuel, we can't actually put the nose back down again. Yeah, it's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. You just don't have enough control authority with this much fuel in it. So maybe I need to give ourselves less fuel on takeoff. Well, you know, we landed near the landing zone. Does that count, chat? It's not the right pad. It's not the right pad, chat. Yeah, not the right pad. It's not supposed to do that. Maybe dial back the PID, maybe. Pad's probably the safest place right now, probably. Isn't that the closest you've landed to the pad? Won't even dignify that comment with a response. Let's see here. Let's take some fuel out. maybe half full or something like that. Maybe not quite half full. Something like that, maybe. We just got to get a little bit more there. And then what I can also do, because I don't know if I actually have a, do I have a PID relative to that? I'm not sure yet. Because we were in, no, not there. We were in mode what, 2B? Or not 2B? We were in mode 2A. We never got to 2B. Okay, so it's mode 2A. It should be that one. So pitch is our low pass filter of 90 plus the pitch inputs. Because that only enters when we're less than 1500. But no, we were greater than 1500. Or a distance to pad is less than 100, but we never got there. Yeah, we were in 2B. Okay. We were traveling backward at 50? Okay. So that's our roll. Okay. Oh yeah, roll should be 0. That should never be. Well, I guess it could be. Okay, I'll keep that because we're belly flopping down. Although I don't actually ever want to belly flop. Once we actually get this where I want it to be, what I essentially want it to do is go up, right, to a designated altitude, hover there, and then aim towards the pad, which is going to be over here, and then basically go a slight off angle with engines on so it translates, gets close to the pad, basically nullify its velocity, and then come in for a landing on the pad. That's essentially what I want it to do. So I don't actually ever want it to belly flop. So maybe we just go ahead and get rid of the belly flop. Pad is probably the safest place right now. Y'all suck. Yo, Ark, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Man, this is confusing. Have some bits. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's just a lot of control inputs at the moment that we can actually simplify. Because we have this, right? We have mode 1. Get up there, hold altitude for 10 seconds, and then after 10 seconds, it then enters a belly flop. We actually don't want it to enter a belly flop, right? Target pitch at 80 degrees. If we could just hold at 80 degrees, I think that'd be fine. I think that'd actually be fine. So I'll make sure that that's fine. This is only happening at 1500, which honestly we'll probably get rid of anyways. Let's go straight down to 2B here. So yeah, we have current position, current latitude, longitude, compass, directed computation angle. Okay. Distance to pad, distance controller, velocity, velocity pitch. Pitch input is distance plus the velocity. Okay. So yeah, this is what we can actually figure out here. So vessel, autopilot, target, heading. If to limb, horizontal velocity, and distance to pad is less than 1500. Yeah, we can actually get rid of this, I think. Let's get rid of this, because we're not going to enter a belly flop. And pitch input. We essentially want to go down here where we do this. Yeah, our retrograde vector, that's not what we need right now. Where's our pitch? 90 plus pitch, and pitch is relative to, okay. There we go, chat. Stand by. I'm kind of in the focus mode. I don't want to lose this here for a second. So that's going to be a low pass filter on 90 plus our pitch input. right? Isn't that what we did down here? 90 plus pitch, yeah. And we'll see what that does here for a second. Like I said, we're kind of in the testing phase at the moment on what works. So that looks good. So pitch input is going to be that, and then we can go up to our controllers, which are defined up here. So there's our horizontal velocity and our distance controller, and we want it to go from maybe -10 and 10. Same for down here. We'll call it -10 and 10. Yeah. And we want a 10 meter per second movement towards the pad at least. Okay, now for this part, we are going to want our engines, our throttle on. And to do that, we need to calculate how much we're going to need for a TWR of 1, because we basically want to hover with that angle. So we already have that defined. Throttle limit, utils throttle from TWR. I already made a utility function, if you will. Do that. Let's see here. Where were we just working? Here. Yeah. Okay, so that should update every time step, roughly. All right, let's see what that does. It's not going to work again, like it's not going to be everything that we're going to want it to be, but let's see what that is, and I'll catch up on chat. Yeah, I think we'll see what this does, Jeb. What's that mod? It's Kerbal Constructs. Constructs with a K. Kerbal Constructs gives you the pad, like the additional pad parts, and those tanks can basically be used to fill everything up. Yeah, exactly. At least we did not a broken link. Is it really? Which one is that? For the I-2 shuttle, it's a broken link? Really? What the heck? Interesting, Black Cat. Well, there you go. How, let's see, what would that have gone to? Sites, Space Odyssey, JPEG. Interesting. I'll have to update that, I guess, with an imager link. I don't know why that would be broken link now. But good catch. Good catch. Yeah, it gave you an access denied. Interesting. Okay. I might just, I can remember, upload that picture to Imager and just make it an Imager link. That makes things easy. All right, now we're coasting up to 15 kilometers here. We'll enter our brief altitude hold, and then we'll see if it kicks over and tries to aim towards the pad while burning towards the pad. Basically, thrusters on, right, and translating sideways. We'll see what that does. Yep, we're making it fully autonomous. Yeah, there's the altitude hold. Altitude hold, pretty much on point. Throttling down, maintaining altitude. There it goes. And then pitch. All right, there we go. So it is actually aiming towards the pad a slight amount. And we're in 2B though, but the throttle isn't on. Why is the throttle not on now? Isn't that odd? Because this is 2B. We have, oh, wait, throttle limit. I actually then need to set the throttle. I actually then need to turn the throttle on. Genius. There you go. That would probably do it. Yeah, vessel control dot throttle actually needs to be set to the throttle limit. Yo, R coming in with another 100 biddies. That's really cool. Well, thank you. All right, we're just gonna revert real quick. Yep, we're getting it done slowly but surely. All right. So I actually need to now set the throttle to be activated. Yeah, there we go. There we go, chat. That's what we were missing. Does your nose cone open? No. It does not. I don't think it does. No, it does not. Negative. You know what? Let's also, because I don't feel like doing these long tests every time, let's drop our targeted altitude to say 5,000 meters. That should be better. I don't know why I did that. Sometimes when you revert too many times, the game, for whatever reason, does weird things, but it's okay. Have you considered an emergency landing recovery system? Basically some parachutes when stuff goes wrong? No, but that's also why this is autonomous right now during testing. I tried to play this game, Borland, if you've seen some of our other mission mode stuff. I try to play it kind of true to life, where if we have a new vehicle, whether its software is new or the vehicle itself is new, we don't put Kerbals on it until we repeatedly are successful in launch and landing. So yeah, even though it doesn't have any sort of oh crap system, we definitely don't put Kerbals on here until this is fully proven. And this thing has flown Kerbals on it, doing that belly flop and everything. Oh, do I set throttle 0 somewhere? I think I set throttle 0 somewhere, chat. That's why it's doing that so fast. Oh, I do. I do. Because if the slam controller, which is part of mode 2B, right? Yeah, we're in mode 2. Aha! Aha! Okay. Because I bet you the slam controller is a different one. Yeah. Yeah, so that we don't actually need any of this right here, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, I don't think we need that. Actually, before I do that, let me see. So if our time to burn, and it's less than 8,000. Otherwise, if we're greater than 50, oh, and that actually changes that. So I guess we just actually want to change this. Or, I mean, the safest way to do this would actually be just to add an entirely new mode to our control loops. Yeah, let's change this to say 1,000. This is all going to change anyways, because we're going to have to, again, go up, right? Aim towards the pad, translate sideways with our engines on. Once we get near or like right over our landing zone, null out our velocity and then come in for a landing. So honestly, this actually won't even end up being anything. Like, this will be changed. Yeah. Yeah. I'll leave it at 1,000 for a moment. Okay. What's the end goal with it? So yeah, I basically want to do everything I should need to do to then do a Falcon 9 style of boost back and landing. That's what the goal of this is. It's a test article to test all of our software before we load it up into an orbital class vehicle. So I wanted to be able to, we already have the launch system automated for like going through MECO, main engine cutoff of a Falcon 9. But then we got to do the automated boost back burn, aiming towards the pad. And we got to do our automated guidance to then land the Falcon 9 on the pad, basically targeting the pad the whole time. And then do an automated hover slam burn. So this is all testing that right now. This is on GitHub, yeah. And after the stream, I'll try to remember to commit these changes and new files and whatnot. I bet you've lost 0 Kerbals. I have lost 0 Kerbals on this thing, but unfortunately, a freak accident during recovery operations of a capsule led to 2 Kerbals dying, and they're sadly, oops, over here. Yeah, here lies. Yeah, you see that here lies 2 Kerbals. That's our graveyard on the island. Are you going to be able to land on the ship? One day. Right now, our control algorithms are unfortunately not that accurate. We can land pretty much within like 150 meters of our targeted landing zone, fully autonomously. But to land on a barge, right, we got to get that down to like, say, 20 meters squared. So we'll see. That is the eventual goal, though. Well, okay, I should say we're doing this all incrementally, right? We're doing this like RTLS style for Falcon 9. All right, there's that. Perfect. Hey, there we go, chat. Yep, we're translating. See, we're moving towards the pad at 26 meters. Yeah, looking good. I should definitely do that a little bit faster though, right? We're basically pitched over 10 degrees and no more. That's kind of funny, actually. But yeah, I'm doing this incrementally. Basically, RTLS style. So what Falcon 9 does for its landings. Then we can start looking at like barge landings, and then we can start looking at like catch tower attempts with like a starship sort of thing. We're 300 meters over the pad. We're 200 meters over the pad. Yeah, see, it's actually continuing to aim towards the pad. So this is good. It's tracking the pad. I definitely can probably do a slightly more aggressive pitch, maybe say 20 or 30 degrees. All right, we are engines off now. Oh, no, we're not. It is tracking the pad. We don't have any more, we don't have any other control that says engines should not be on right now, so we fall towards the pad. That's kind of funny. All right, well. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, chat. So that all worked. Where's it gonna land, chat? Where's it gonna land? Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna lawn dart? Is it gonna land engines first? What's it gonna do? And we're out of plastic forks. I guess I'm eating pasta with a spoon today. Hey, good luck. Sometimes it's like that, right, Mad Chat? How you doing, by the way? Yeah, right. Is it going to land on Kerbin? Yep, lawn dart style indeed. All right, so that looked pretty good. So what that's telling me is we can actually increase our control authority, setting these for distance to be -20. -20. And these can be -30 to 30. We'll have our velocity controller be slightly more effective. That all seems good. Moving towards the pad at say 30, or maybe even like 50, 60, sure. Let's update that so we move towards the pad a little bit faster. Okay. So yeah, if we're gonna be doing that, let's go ahead and delete all of this right here, or we'll do that in case I need it. If to slim, I don't want to do that per se. I think I only want it to be distance to the pad is less than say 300. Yeah, less than 300, then we can get into our landing mode. I think that would be probably pretty good. That should all be fine. I think all of this should basically stay the same. Tracking the pad during our landing mode. We should be updating. Where are we updating our thrust? Or is that down here? That a fork is the only acceptable utensil. I see. Mission success. What's up, Frizz? How are you? You have to go. Oh, no worries, Super Ham. Hope you enjoy the stream and have a good one. Yep, Python script is running the game. That's right. Or running in the game. It's doing both. It's running the game, or at least the control of the rocket in the game. Yep. How do I want to do this, chat? So if distance to pad is less than 300, oh, and then I have, yeah, this. But I don't want it there. I don't want it there. I only want it here. Oh no. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine there. Yeah, okay. I think that should be fine. Yep, okay. Okay, I think we're good. Let's try that and see what happens. Jello is hand food. Yeah, see, when you, for whatever reason, chat, when you revert, the game or something just goes a little wonky sometimes with the controls. It should not just do that. There's nothing in the code that should make it do that. It basically pulled an Astra 006 launch, sliding off the pad. Need to finish off my Halloween costume for Thursday, but it's going to be sweet. Nice. What are you going as? What are you going as? Gotta divulge said information. Gel is only for consumption of alcohol. Yeah, fair enough. All right, we're coasting up to 5 kilometers. Okay, then it should pitch over after it hover slams momentarily. Yep, there it goes. And pitch. Engines on. We should now be translating towards the pad. We are indeed translating towards the pad. Moving at 70 meters per second. We're 1,600 meters away. That's good. Pitching up to slow down. It's a little aggressive in the RCS. Oh, there it goes. It's stabilized. Okay, it's in 2A. Engines are not off yet for some reason. Why are the engines not off yet? Oh, so when I enter 2A, I need to make sure I cut the throttle. That's what I gotta do. It's trying, Chad. Oh, it's trying. It's not gonna do anything until it gets below here. Maybe I can actually use this now? Because if it ever enters this, then it should be good for control, right? So yeah, maybe. That was me doing some manual controls there. It is tracking. It is so trying to track the pad. It's just not cutting the engine so that way it can actually fall. So that's kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Up the difficulty and use red solo cups as the Jello shot mold. Like a full Jello shot, like a full red solo cup Jello shot. That sounds fun. Yeah, 5,000, so that way the hover slam controller takes over immediately. Nice. Nice. I know, right, Borland? I agree. It is weird like that, right? It's like its lift off control point is off, or its lift off, like its initial like pitch angle that it sees is like really off, and so it does that. Turn down the PID. It's not the PID. Well, I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna say it's not the PID, but it just shouldn't be doing that in the first place. Like I don't know what it's doing, but anyways, we'll see what it does again now. I'm a wizard. I went off in the woods and got a nice staff and orb. I just need to attach it to the end, and it should be good. It's still considering a robe cloak of some sort. Nice. So you're a wizard, Mad Chad. You're a mad lad. This is the new ballistic landing script? Yeah, basically. It still landed at KSC. Yeah, that's true. It did. Rocket propulsion. Okay. You want rocket propulsion 154. All right, after this flight, we'll get that out. Cool. Sounds good. All right, should enter that altitude hold here. There it goes. And hold. And pitch. Okay. Engines are on. Tracking the pad. You could, depending on the vehicle. Like for this one, we technically, I guess, could. I don't know how effective they would be for this far of a translation. But for a Falcon 9, no, definitely couldn't do that. To be or not to be? Yeah, no, it's definitely to be right now. Very much to be. .500 meters from the pad, traveling at 55 meters per second towards the pad and closing. We're in 2A. Engines off. Engines are off. Awesome. So we should now be hopefully tracking the pad using aerodynamics to aim towards it. Oh man, chat, actually. Please tell me. All right, there's the automated landing burn. I need to fix that, clearly. Yep, clearly I need to fix that, chat. So it's entering, once the engines are on, it's okay. So I'll tell you what's happening there, chat. So essentially, right, the vehicle is mostly aerodynamics. This thing creates a lot of body lift because of the tanks and the fairing body that it has. So it creates a lot of body lift. So what I implemented for our other control algorithms that we were doing was when the engines are on, but we're traveling at a certain velocity, it should actually still continue to use the aerodynamic lift, which is basically means that it has to point in the opposite direction from the pad, so, because it's flying backwards, right? But for this case, it's actually doing it for too long, to where actually the engines are starting to have a higher effect than the aerodynamic lift, pushing us away from the pad. So what I need to do is fix that one part in mode 3. It is no longer to be, yes. So we should have mode 3, or is it at the bottom of mode 2A? Yeah, it's this right here. Update heading based on engine thrust status. If burn start flag is false, or our velocity in our vehicle reference frame is above 50, then we actually want to change, we want to rotate our actual heading by 180 degrees. And then we bound it between 0 and 360. So it's this that we actually don't want to have happen. Right? Because our vertical velocity, we had a much higher vertical velocity, and so we were thrusting for even longer. So do we just always want to burn towards or away? Decisions, chat, decisions. I think the RCS is too powerful. I think limiting the thrust would be beneficial. Of the RCS? The RCS is only used for attitude control. Are you talking about using it for translation? Thrust, sine, theta, horizontal velocity. That could do it. I was thinking more simply of just having like a generic hard code. I don't know what our vertical velocity was at the end there. I should have been paying attention to that. What happens if we up this to 100? So that way we spend less time burning away from the pad and hopefully more time burning towards the towards the pad in that instance. I'm not sure. It keeps overcompensating. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we could definitely tune that for sure. Yeah, it probably is a little bit much, huh? Either that or just turn the nose RCS off. Doesn't the terminal have the velocity history? It has the velocity relative to the pad. So not our vertical. This is actually technically the magnitude of our movement towards or away from the pad. So not our vertical. What we could do, I don't have it here, do I? No, I don't have it here. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's try it again. Because I changed that already. Yeah, falling towards the pad versus burning towards the pad, exactly. Yeah, we might be able to... Oh, that's an idea, maybe. We should be able to get from the API the amount of lift force. And so if our lift force is less than our thrust, then shift. You know, aim towards the pad versus away from the pad. Get the magnitude of our lift vector. Because it should be our lift that affects that. Maybe. That might be a way. What will I do? I'll use it in my career mode. Yeah, I'll use it in my career mode. To build a reusable starship that can lift 100 metric tons into orbit and then come back down and land on a tower. Yeah, that's the ultimate dream, I suppose. So yeah, nose RCS are off now. It's tracking the pad. It's pitching up to start slowing down. It should then start pitching the other way to really start slowing down. Yeah, I need to tune the roll controller for sure. Definitely the roll controller. Okay, we are now falling. Okay, we are now using our aerodynamics to track the pad, see how our lift is coming in line. So we'll see if this is any better. So we are still definitely faster than 100. We should now be coming under. Yep, there it goes. It's switching towards the pad. Oh my. Well, that did it. It was that simple change. It was that simple change that did that. Yeah, it was just the aerodynamic lift that was keeping us from getting there. All right. Is that repeatable, and can it be smoother? My guess is yes, absolutely it can. But all right. Interesting. So I wonder if that does translate well to doing a boost back burn. I wonder if we can now send it up higher, fully loaded of fuel, and then actually have it aim towards the pad, do a boost back burn until, oh wait, that is a thing that we're gonna have to do though. Because it's a big step going from just, you know, translate towards the pad with the thrust with the engines on versus like, because now what we're gonna have to do is estimate our landing, like where we're actually going to land latitude and longitude wise versus our target as we're doing a boost back burn. So what's the best way to do that? I wonder if we can use orbital elements and figure out where our impact zone is for our, well, does trajectories mod? Hold up, let's actually look at the API before we start guessing. Needs sub-centimeter accuracy. Yeah, okay, get out. Stop it. I think this thing has enough cross range to make a large distance back to the pad. Yeah, I'll do, so if you guys don't know what this vehicle is actually designed to do, I'll load it back, and while I'm checking the API of KRPC, we'll load up the other control software here and show you guys what it actually is supposed to do, right? Oh yeah, we already did all that too, by the way. I just noticed that your RCS thrusters are throttled. It's not the norm. The RCS thrusters are throttled? No, they shouldn't be. The RCS... Yeah, they're at 100%. Is that what you're talking about? Or what do you mean they're throttled? The RCS isn't throttled. No. Let's make sure we're fully fueled of stuff here. Yep, that's 260. That's fully fueled as well. Perfect. All right, so this is what this vehicle is supposed to do, or originally designed to do, right? It's supposed to be a space tourism. And in the meantime, let me look up the KRPC docs. All right, because I think KRPC has built-in support for like the trajectories mod, if I'm not mistaken, or at least I thought it did. Let me see here. It has it for Kerbal Alarm Clock, Infernal Robotics, Remote Tech API, LiDAR API. Oh, it doesn't have trajectories mod. Okay. I could have sworn it did. Contracts, geometry types. Oh, for quaternions and stuff. Gotcha. Okay. It has waypoints. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could definitely use. I was definitely thinking that we had access to the other client services and scripts. What is this? So it supports Ruby, Haskell, Node, Julia. Oh, it has a Rust client? What the? When did they add Rust? Oh, I'm actually really excited about this. Rust is what I use for my day job. They used to not do Rust. When did they add Rust? Well, save that for a rainy day. Another Rust client? They have 2 Rust clients? Seriously? How in the heck, chat? How did I not know about this? All right, well, like I said, I'm gonna leave that up, come back to it. Ew, Rust. What are you talking about? Those RCS look they have variable thrust. No, I just turned them on and off. Yeah, or actually, well, the code does. The code turns them on and off depending on the flight regime and whatnot. It supports Go as well? Interesting. It does not support F#. What the heck? These are not what I remember KRPC originally supporting. That's actually really cool though. Okay. Cool. So they don't have any... No, they don't have any support for trajectories, which is fine. We'll just have to do it some other way. All right, well, fair enough. Does it support COBOL? No, it does not. Does not seem to. Have you seen a KSP ARG that is in the works? No, I have not. Is there something that you're referring to, Hound Brash? But yeah, interesting. But yeah, so this is all hands off, what you're watching right now, chat. So like I said, this is designed to currently do a belly flop, track the landing zone, you know, everything that our other stuff did, except coming back from basically 70 kilometers altitude. I was going to ask if trajectories is able to output to Python. Yeah, I don't, apparently not without, I guess, some manual trickery using KRPC to maybe access the trajectories mod somehow. I'm not sure. How do you make a Buran and Energia rocket? Well, Buran is basically just a space shuttle, and then Energia, yeah, Energia is a powerhouse. You got to have 4 liquid boosters. Oh man, I know that there's a few good ones on Kerbalex, but like how a lot of engineering work goes into doing that. Yeah. All right, I'll give it a look-see. Let's see. Space Foundation advocating space education and exploration. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll give it a look-see off stream. I want to make it nuclear like in the Apple TV show. Nice. Yeah. Salud. I'm making my own game on Scratch, and it's a mix of SSF, KSP, and Space Agency, and I'm not that done. I'm getting all of the buildings done, but should I add pitch, roll, yaw? What exactly do you mean, Space Gravy? Should you add pitch, roll, yaw? Like for your controls, or? Can't wait for the new reentry mod for KSP, or the game reentry. They're totally throttleable. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's just based off of the control allocation. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not anything to do with like the in-game throttle. It's just how the controller, Python controller, works with the RCS control. Yeah. Yeah, for control, I think so. If you're talking about like actually controlling your rockets and whatnot, then I think pitch, roll, and yaw are pretty required, unless you don't want the user to necessarily have manual control of the vehicle like that, depending on what your game, your desired game function is. All right, tracking the pad, back into a belly flop. Looking good. Should go into landing mode. There it is. And engine ignition. Not on the flagpole, please. And touchdown. And so from that, 86 meters from the landing zone, the targeted landing zone. But that's what that vehicle was originally designed to do, was go up above the Kerman line and be able to come all the way back down and land on the actual launch pad. Because then, right, then what we can do is take our recovery vehicle, hook it up to the vehicle, move it back to the pad, and hit the go button again. Yeah, indeed, Borland. That was actually pretty nice. That actually came around pretty good. But 2D, oh, in 2D, and it will have astronauts that you can control. But thanks, gotcha. Well, I guess if it's 2D, right, you don't necessarily have to have one of those control, right? Because if you're looking at like a 2D plane, then you should really only need to have like pitch and yaw, right? Or actually, if it's 2D, you technically only need one axis for rotation, right? So you could really only just do you could really just do pitch, unless you want to like visually be able to roll your craft and whatnot. But like if you're like, again, I don't know your game beyond what you're describing, but if it really is just 2D, then yeah, you really, I guess, only need like pitch control, I suppose. Nice, Hound. I'll have to definitely check that out. You sent it to me in a DM Discord. right, well, that was pretty successful, chat. Like I said, now we got to figure out how to do... Oh, you know, the other thing that we got to figure out, chat, is with our KRPC stuff here, can we... Well, I know we can thread, because we need to be able to control both vessels, right? We need to control our upper stage, and we need to make sure we control our first stage, right? Because for like a Falcon 9, for example, where we do have 2 stages, Falcon 9, right, goes all the way through Miko. We have stage separation. Second stage continues while we do a boost back burn and landing. So during that time, we should maintain focus on our Falcon 9 first stage. And while the second stage is in render range or physics range, we should be able to have another thread controlling that second stage towards orbit, towards its desired orbit, while we're controlling the first stage to boost back and land. So I'm going to have to learn a little bit of Python threading, which I don't think should be too difficult. I've done it before, it's just been a while. But I'm wondering if that's like the best way to do that. Ah, gotcha, Space Gravy. Cool. How do you rendezvous an NRHO orbit from around, from outbound from Kerbin? I guess it's kind of the same as any rendezvous method, right? Like if you're outbound from Kerbin to intercept the moon and some NRHO orbit, some really highly elliptical orbit, the first thing you should probably do is try to align your launch window to the point where your orbit plane around the moon is going to be roughly in line with your inbound trajectory to the moon, right? Because you can imagine that depending on when you launch, you could be 90 degrees, and that would require 90 degrees plane change, and you definitely don't want that. So you probably want to first line up your outbound trajectory to arrive at the moon in a similar inclination as your actual orbit. It's not inclination, it would actually be the same inclination and right ascension of the ascending node. Basically, how turned your orbit plane is relative to the moon, or relative to whatever planetary body you're targeting. And then that should do most of the work for you, actually, because then if you can get like really close to that same orbit plane, then it's just a matter of lowering your apoapsis and periapsis, right? Managing your phasing to where you can come back around and then dock with your spacecraft. But yeah, I think if you don't align your orbit planes up to begin with, it's going to make that a lot harder of a job. In Java threading, yeah, I've never touched Java, don't plan to in my lifetime. How do you time your orbit from KSP to the moon? I guess like the easiest way is honestly just trial and error, Andy. Because you'll probably want to launch towards the moon roughly the time when your vehicle that you're trying to rendezvous with, its orbit plane is basically perpendicular to Kerbin. So instead of like parallel to Kerbin, you want it to be perpendicular to Kerbin. So that way when you go on an outbound, you should then be able to fall into a polar orbit, going either over or under the moon to then match that that orbit plane. Does that make sense? And it's hard to explain without visuals, but it's probably a little bit of trial and error. And I would try first trying to do an outbound trajectory to the moon when that vehicle's orbit plane is basically pointing towards Kerbin. That's probably how I would start. Try to show it? Yeah, let's see. You know what? Let's go to handy dandy paint. So let's say this is Kerbin, right? And let's say this is the moon. And this is going to probably be a side view, okay? So we're looking at it from the side, right? Like the moon's orbit basically goes this way around. So we're looking at it from the side. So if you have a polar orbit around the moon, I would try to do an outbound trajectory when it's in this phase, as in, like, again, from the side view, your vehicle's orbit plane is perpendicular, like pointing towards Kerbin. Like if you were to look at it from the top, maybe it would look something like this. This is again Kerbin, this is the moon, this would be your vehicle's orbit plane pointing towards Kerbin, and the moon's orbit is this way, right? That's probably how I would start. So that way, when you do an outbound trajectory from Kerbin, you can do like a polar orbit insertion, basically lining yourself to come up underneath it or over the moon. And then that should get you pretty close to the required orbit to actually rendezvous. That's probably how I would start. Yeah. What do you think of the RSS mod? I love it. I love watching it. I think that's really cool. I don't personally, I definitely want to give it a try one day, but I have so many other goals in the game, as you can see, that it's kind of low on my priority list. Also, I really like being able to play basically the stock game, so that way you guys can I upload all of my vehicles that I use in this save, so that way you guys, if you want to, can go to Kerbalex, download it, and use it in your save. And if I played RSS, that would not be possible. What's up, Snackless? How are you doing? All right, Jeb, have a good night. Thanks so much for hanging out. Much love to you, my friend. Yes, indeed. Hope you enjoyed the stream. All right, let's see what we can do here. So we got to figure out a way to do a boost back burn. Threading and boost back burn. Let's see here. I want to see if there's like a way to take my orbital elements, right? Because essentially what KSP does is whether you're stationary actually on the surface of Kerbin, right? If you're stationary on the surface of Kerbin, you actually still have an orbit relative to the center of Kerbin. So no matter what, it still calculates your orbital parameters, right? You can actually see it here on the map view if you go up underneath Kerbin. So I'm wondering if we can use that to estimate where our latitude and longitude is for our boost back burn. Like, I'm wondering if we can do that. We'll also have to account for the rotation of Kerbin though as well. You've been cooking, like literally cooking, or like, you know, Gen Z slang cooking? I actually just set up RSS on my game. Nice. Kerbin sized real solar system. Now that one I'm less familiar with. So it's basically just a scaled down real solar system. That's interesting. Pixelated map. Yeah, don't you just love it? Gen Z cooking. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you've been cooking in KSP. There you go. Yeah, that's why I had to confirm and ask. It's going to have to be with respect to our ECI coordinate frame. Right? So if we look back at our stuff here and go into, is it in vessel, all the different, yeah. If we define a reference frame, it's fixed relative to the vessel and oriented with the vessel's prograde. Axis of rotation is prograde, so we definitely don't want the orbital reference frame. Surface reference frame that is fixed relative to the vessel and oriented with the surface of the body being orbited. I don't think that'll do it either. We'll probably have to make our own frame like we did before. Right? Because I think that's what I did here. Getting back into all the different frame rotations and things. Yeah, reference frame, create hybrid. Position is going to be the body, the celestial body. Rotation is going to be relative to the vessel surface. And then the velocity relative to the body. Wait, so do we have celestial body frames? It's fixed relative to the celestial body. Okay, so that's your ECI. Okay. So the body.reference frame is your ECI frame. The origin is at the center of the body. The axes rotate with the body. The x-axis points. So, okay. So let's see. How do we want to do this? Because we are, yeah, I think we're gonna, it's fixed. It rotates with the axes. Either that or a non-rotating reference frame. I guess technically that would be your inertial frame, right? Non-rotating. And this would be like your ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth fixed, which means it rotates with the actual system. And the most simplest way of saying it, all of the RSS planets are scaled down to their KSP counterparts, but the system-wide RSS slant is still present. Oh, interesting, nice. Well, that's really cool. Is the north and south lunar poles flat spots? No, they're not. Well, I mean, they're not like do you mean like, are they flat? No. I mean, they're still, still spherical. Or are you just mean like they have flat spots? I think they have flat spots. Sure, I think they have some. It's definitely more mountainous there though, if I remember correctly, at least in the North Pole. Yeah, you see all this? Like, I'm pretty sure that's really, really mountainous, but it also has some valleys, of course. And it looks like the southern pole might be a little bit less mountainous, especially on this side here. Chat. I don't know if we're gonna figure this out tonight. I might have to work a little bit offline and come back to this Wednesday with maybe a solution to implement, because there's a couple things, right? I need to figure out how to do threading so we can actually do the second stage control while we also do the first stage control. That would actually be really good to figure out now. And then, like I said, we got to figure out a way to estimate our landing, our impact point, if you will, because as we do our boost back burn, right, you can't just you can't solely rely on your orbital elements, because that's going to that's not going to account for Kerbin's rotation. So we have to rotate your impact trajectory relative to Kerbin's rotation. So like the simplest way we could do this, right, getting again our handy dandy stuff here, the simplest way to do this is, if this is going to be Kerbin, right, and if this is going to be our targeted latitude and longitude, and if we are, if our trajectory is taking us this way, then as we boost back, we're going to have a suborbital trajectory, right, that looks like this, getting thinner and thinner, right? It's going to get squished until we start actually going in the other direction. But in so doing, if we were to line up this trajectory to where we hit our latitude and longitude, well, Kerbin is going to rotate as we're doing this really lofted parabolic arc. And so it's actually, this is also going to move this way. So we have to account for that rotation. So now that I'm thinking about it, just using our orbital elements is not going to be good. We would have to actually use the orbital elements or something like that, or just, we could even like create a simulation similar to how we did with our Euler integrator, or tracking our apoapsis, estimating our apoapsis. There are ways, chat. There's definitely more than one way to do this. Yeah, there's definitely more than one way to do this. Said cooking with the Hermes vehicle. What you got? Any mod where you can thrust in time warp? There are mods that you can thrust in time warp, but I don't remember what they're called. Does anybody in chat know what that mod is called? Oh, is this for reusability? Is this going to pick up the second stage and drive it around? No, probably not, Reindeer. I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of offline research and come back on Wednesday, the next stream day, and we'll start coding then. Well, look at that, chat. How nifty. Wrong one. This is the one with all the things. Okay, stand by. Okay. So that does that. Ooh. That's a great looking vehicle, though. It's very Stoke style. Ooh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, snap. Well, look at that, chat. It's a massive platform crane. What do they call this type of crane? The ones that are at like big shipping yards that actually move on the track and stuff. It's like one of those. Oh, that's actually really cool. Well, would you look at that? Hell yeah, that's awesome. Gantry, is that what it is? I thought the gantry was just the one that was stationary, but it moved along a... I guess it could still be a gantry crane. Like, I thought a gantry crane was different from that, from the port style of movable system. Persistent thrust, is that the name of the mod? There you go. This is crazy work. I would simply have a migraine. Well, it's what I do basically for a living, so I love it, and I guess I'm used to it. But I understand the sentiment for sure. I understand the sentiment for sure. Oh yeah, it's looking great. Oh, and you got your little New Glenn style of vehicle, which is looking fantastic, of course. Ooh, yeah. Very slick looking, my friend. Very slick looking. Nice. Yep, and that's the one we saw. Ooh! And this is your Estrella? Nice. Yeah, I really dig the progression. That's something that I want to do in this save as well, is have a clear progression, which we're already doing, which is really nice. Yeah. Very nice indeed. Slick, my friend. Very slick indeed. Pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Dockyard loading doodads. Yeah, 100%. I think I like that. There are multiple cranes used in ports, including gantry cranes, quay cranes, and yard cranes. What the heck is a quay crane? Is that what I'm thinking of? The heck is a quay crane? That is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, quay crane. Q-U-A-Y. Yeah. Like this, ones that can move on the rails back and forth. Interdasting. It reminds me of that then. All right, chat, for a second here, while I am decompressing on the things that we're gonna have to implement for this, let's take our newest helicopter out for a spin, shall we? If you guys don't know, this is up on KerbalX as well. We built this a couple streams ago. And actually used it for recovery operations. So it's kind of like a cross between the Sikorsky Sky Crane and the SB-1 Defiant, which is a pusher prop engine style of vehicle as well. So go ahead and fly this, and we'll chill for a second as I contemplate all the coding that we're going to have to do here in the near future. RSS Reborn. Yeah, I thought RSS recently came out with a 12.5 compatible version or something like that. Did you get a copy of it? Yeah, it's on KerbalX. Yeah, I think. Does this command work? Exclamation point KerbalX. Yes, it does. I actually sat in the cockpit of a Sky Crane back on Saturday. That's awesome. Nice. Yeah, aren't those things really cool? There we go. And we're away. And there we go. Easy peasy, chat. And I really like flying this without SAS. It's just so much easier. Just use a little bit of trim. If you guys don't know the hotkey for trim, you hold Alt and then do WSAD keys, and it will slowly input more trim into your vehicle, and basically hold that. And it's so much smoother to fly aircraft than SAS sometimes, especially things like helicopters where there's gyrating parts, and the SAS just really can't control that. All right, so we're at 30. Let's go ahead and increase our pusher motor control. Get it up even faster. So I have it in the VOD on YouTube, but we actually use this vehicle to go and pick up a, I think a 6-ton capsule and bring it back to KSC. We also use this vehicle to drop this camera system on top of the VAB. This thing's got a great turning radius as well. Yep, caps lock does limit control input as well. Indeed. You love this copter? It's quite nice, right? I dig it too. There it is. See, that's the camera angle for future launches. So we can actually fly this helicopter like a drone. Get the drone perspective. Imagine this bad boy on Eve. That'd be pretty nice, yeah. Or Duna, being able to pick up landed HAB modules and stuff and move them around. That's the eventual goal for this guy, of course. I still can't figure out the correct spots for the lift indicator no matter how many tutorials I look at. Gotcha. Well, definitely we can go through that if you have any questions for sure. Yep, planes can definitely be fun. Now catch a Saturn V. Yeah, exactly. Definitely catch a set. Uh-oh. Mayday, mayday, mayday chat, mayday chat, mayday chat, mayday chat. Don't look at it, chat. Don't look at it. Oh, it's fine. Oh, we just lost one blade, chat. It's fine. Totally, that's not going to be a problem, right? Totally not going to be a problem. Why would that be a problem? Yeah, see, it's fine. Totally fine. Okay, it's not fine per se. Yeah, it's not fine per se, but it still flies. That's good. Actually, it is fine, actually. Yep, actually totally fine. Yep, actually totally fine. Just catch an Electron, yeah. Yeah, with a big enough helicopter, they were looking, NASA was actually looking to catch a Saturn V, believe it or not, a Saturn V first stage. That was actually the goal. Like if we look up the Saturn V reusable helicopter. Yeah, this was actually a thing they wanted to do. See, they would have a massive helicopter with blades longer than a Boeing 747's wings. And who's this from? Escape Velocity? Interesting. Yeah, and the goal was to basically have Saturn V launch, and then as it's coming down, go under like some sort of like parafoil or something like that, and this would then just pick it up. Either that or this. Oh yeah, and they had jet engines on the edge of the turbines, on the edge of the blades, in order to, you know, be able to actually have enough torque and power to rotate them at a sufficient velocity. But yeah, see, that's what they wanted to do. Pick it up and move it around, catch it, what have you. How crazy would that be to see in real life? This helicopter was as big as a 747. Just absolutely bonkers. If stock parts are fine to use with full-size RSS, or would it be a good idea to keep tweak scale? Probably tweak scale. Everything I've heard is like the stock parts are just way too heavy for a real solar system. Look at that. How crazy would that be to see? Are you gonna slap some solar panels on that thing and send to Duna? Yeah, it's the kind of the plan, I think. That'd be pretty awesome. I don't know how effective it's gonna be, right? But we'll be able to do something, I suppose. Because the atmosphere at Duna, right, is very, very thin. Before Booster Chopsticks, we had Booster Helicopter. You're not wrong. Use a mod called Smurf. There you go. Yep, and then just somehow reel it up. Reel it up, and yeah, this is the part I don't know exactly how they would do. Definitely not ever figured out. But then you'd fly it. Oh man. Yeah. Talk about early reusability, right? Should catch the Falcon with the helicopter? Yeah, okay. Let's calm down. Yeah, this thing flies pretty well, actually. All things considering. It's a fun little helicopter for sure. I can fly upside down because why not, chat? Because why not? The physics are sickening, yeah. Physicking, yeah. 100%. Ingenuity worked on Mars. I think you're gonna need to see a proof of concept. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Borland. Use a Falcon to catch a Falcon? Now we're talking. Yeah, 100% now we're talking. Oh, that was it. Nope, that was bad, chat. The Kerbals are still alive, and that's the important thing. But for... Ooh, it felt good. Whoever was looking at how to build planes in KSP, it's definitely a little bit of trial and error, but there's definitely some things you can do to help improve the design. Super maneuverability, at least. Yeah, it is actually pretty maneuverable. And we built a subscale system of this that we use for Kerbal transport. This little guy. So yeah, we got the prop in the back and the contra rotating blade. So this is what we developed first before we scaled up into the big guy. But yeah, for aircraft, let's go. What's a good aircraft to demonstrate with? Probably the C2. Yeah, probably this one, which is designed off of a naval aircraft. So if you look at something like this, obviously this is really bad, right? You want your center of lift to be very close, but behind your center of mass. The best way to do it is, even if you look at this and you see like, oh my god, that looks horrible, my center of lift is way behind my center of mass. Well, maybe try doing this. And as you pitch up, you can see that your center of lift will move forward. And that's kind of what you actually care about. Basically, this just means that my aircraft is going to want to fly at some sort of pitch up angle of attack. So if you pitch up 5 degrees, you'll see where your center of lift is a little bit better. But what I've also noticed recently before getting this mod is that the stock center of lift and center of mass modules, the center of lift in particular, doesn't account for body lift. And what is body lift? Basically every part in the game that isn't a wing or a Mark 1 or Mark 3 or Mark 2 part creates body lift. Body lift is a type of lift that things like fairings create, things like fuselages create. Fairings especially create a lot of body lift. So I got this mod called the Kerbal Wind Tunnel mod. And this, surprisingly enough, does take into account body lift of all of the parts of your vehicle. So I trust this way more, even though the center of mass and center of lift indicators don't really match. If you look at the velocity curves, angle of attack curves, and then look at your pitching torque, you'll see that your vehicle is very stable. How do you know it's stable? If it's going from left to right, going down, wherever that is, wherever the slope is decreasing, you're in a stable mode for your vehicle. So as you can see here, between -20 and +20, we're stable, meaning that the aircraft, if you pitch up, will want to pitch back down. The converse is an unstable aircraft, where as soon as you nose up, it wants to continue nosing up until it's flying backwards. But you'll also see here that at roughly a 0-degree angle of attack, let's also make this go a little bit faster and maybe make this a higher altitude, say 1,000 meters, and we'll apply that. We fly at a 0-degree angle of attack, but with some amount of pitching torque. And what that pitching torque of -45 kilonewton meters is telling me is that we are going to need to pitch up and have sufficient control authority in the back, basically elevators, right? That deflect in order to counteract that downward pitching moment. So that's fine, so long as you have enough control authority. But you'll also see a point where we have 0 pitching torque. And that's basically where you're going to want to, that's basically where your vehicle is going to naturally want to fly. And so that for us happens to be at basically -0.28 degrees angle of attack. So it's basically going to want to fly naturally, pointing down ever so slightly. So this aircraft, even though the center of lift and center of mass are nowhere near in alignment in the stock indicators, this, which takes into account body lift, actually shows us that this vehicle can fly, which is good, which is excellent, because there are definitely a lot of vehicles that I've created that use a lot of fairings, and you can just never trust what this indicator is actually doing without flying. But yeah, we can go ahead and fly this and show it off, show what it's able to do. Do you have any VTOL jets? I don't have any VTOL jets, actually, funny enough. I haven't made one. Do I have one in one of my old saves? Maybe. I definitely know how to make them. I've just never needed one. But maybe in this career mode, I've been thinking that we probably need something. Probably need some kind of vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that isn't a helicopter that can actually go some good velocity. Come on, KSP. Load up. You can do it. I believe in you. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of nuances in there. And Nova Raptor, are you here still? Totally got sidetracked, and I think you an hour ago redeemed a book read. Vertical takeoff and landing's overrated. It definitely is for a lot of things. I definitely concur with that. There we go. Anything with sufficient thrust is arguably a VTOL, yeah. Not overrated if you want to look cool. Well, I guess that's true. VTOLs definitely have the cool factor, no doubt. But yeah, as you can see, even though our stock indicators showed this plane to be really hard to control, it actually does really good. It actually flies quite well. But yeah, not too bad. Uh-oh. Chat, the game bugged. Where's my pitch indicator over here that's supposed to be in the left-hand box, or the left-hand side of the screen? Oh, what's up, Dev? How you doing? Welcome to the Twitch side. Yeah, it does pretty good. No complaints with this aircraft. Other than, for whatever reason, breaking the game. This is now a ditch indicator. Wow, there you go, Carhill. How are you doing? Yeah, we actually used this vehicle to recover some crew members that were stranded out over by the mountains. I built a ton of jets. Nice. The F-35, hell yeah. The C-130, I like it. This is why lifting body space planes are so cool? Yeah. I'll load in from our other save the lifting body space shuttle that we developed. Never made one that flew so smooth. And touchdown. There we go. Taxi off the runway. Buttered the landing, you know it. Yeah, we got that one. That one's a pretty fun aircraft. Yeah, let's look at the shuttle. Let's go to the shuttle. Now try landing in cockpit view. Oh, gross. That would be pretty hard for this one. Mainly because of the perspective of the game, because the cockpits are angled down. So you would definitely have to fly this thing instrument style on IVA, 100%. Oh no, my entire game borked, chat. Look at this. I don't even have the, oh dear. Oh dear. I can't even exit or anything like that or load in a new craft file. Bummer. Well, guess we're gonna have to reload. Son of a gun, chat. I mean, my goodness, really? KSP's probably due for a restart anyways, right? Every single plane in your fleet? Hell yeah, there you go. The next step, indeed. Is this 1.2? Yeah, it's 1.2.3. You're a sadist. Gonna be playing some Kerbal VR. There you go. There you go. You've immersed yourself into the runway. I like it. Boom, 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 boom. Are you still here, Novoraptor? I want to make sure you're here before I do the thing that you redeemed. Otherwise, I'll get it next time for sure. All right, if we want to see the lifting body shuttle, let's go to I2 Innovations, to where we have all the parts unlocked. I wish the fighter jet part mods had better IVA. Yeah. Have you been sent on any missions yet? Well, let's pull up the flight log and see. I2 mission log. Oops, that would be going up. Not yet. Not yet. If you're, do you remember? Was it Deke? Did we make a Kerbal named Deke for you? Oh, chat. Yeah. Hey, I have a plan. Then yeah, no, not yet. Not yet. Let me see. We want to fly our shuttle clipper, right? Eek. Kerman. That's right. Yes. Yes, chat. Here's my shuttle that we developed in our game. Oh, yeah. Look at it, chat. Look at it. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, indeed. Uh-huh. Can this... I wonder. Is this going to be an epic fail, or is this actually going to work, chat? I don't know. So this is literally a lifting body style of shuttle. I have no wings except for panels everywhere throughout it. It flies. Somewhat. It flies somewhat, chat. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I want to see something. Can we airdrop test this vehicle successfully without it killing the Kerbals on board this aircraft? That's what I want to know. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? No, I need engineers. Sorry, I need pilots. Yeah. Good. Fly it. Let's see what happens. But does it fly? That is definitely the question. Yeah, we did. We somebody mentioned it in chat a little while ago about the forums being back up. Let's see. Haven't flown this vehicle in probably a couple years, so we'll see how it goes. In MechJeb, autopilot unfocused craft? I don't know. I've never used MechJeb. I'm not sure. I know it can definitely do autopilot and stuff better than the SAS and stuff, but yeah, I don't know about other aircraft. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah. Oh, that's looking brilliant, chat. That's looking good. Yep. Let me just lock that in. There we go. That should be better, right? Yeah, this nose piece comes up for cargo on the inside. That's why. Okay. I don't have a clue as to any of the action groups. So we're just gonna fly it. Oh, that was wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was on me, chat. Yep, that was on me. Right. Nope. Oh dear. Did I break it? Yeah, we're just gonna that didn't happen, chat. That did not happen. Okay. Good. Yeah, it totally didn't happen. Negative. There we go. We're good now. Yep, we're good now. An SR-71 that has accurate aerodynamic properties? Sweet. Yeah, I dig the SR-71 for sure. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. It's a 3-second time dilation, chat. Every second end game is 3 seconds real world. Do you have enough runway? I hope so. We'll find out, I guess. If not, we're gonna really wish we had those rocket engines here in a second. Oh yeah. Easy mode, chat. Gear up. Oh, yeah. Easy, chat. Yeah, it's got enough wing surface, that's for sure. Yeah, take off at 65 meters per second with this thing, yeah. That's wrong. Are you in here? No. Are you in here? No. Where is that Kerbal? If I was a Kerbal, where would I be? Not here. Not there. Are you up here? No, wouldn't be there unless you're inside the cockpit. You inside the cockpit? Not that I can see. Oh, maybe. Are you in here somewhere? Where are you? Are you in here? Nope, not in there. You're not in here, that's for sure. I have no idea where that Kerbal is, chat. Up there he is. I found him, chat. Nice. We got him. But what is that part? What is that part, chat? What part is that, actually? Perplexing. No, it's not gonna be that one. Why is this so difficult? I just want to find where that Kerbal is. Not there. It's not there. Maybe right there. I have so many parts clipped into each other. This is maddening. And I can't, because it's a fairing, I can't click on it. That's lame. Whatever. So it's not that one. It's definitely not this one. Nope. That's the same one there. I have no idea where this is, chat. Command pod? Transfer? There we go. Got it. Perfect. All of that just so we can do this. Hell yeah. The Space Dorito, that's right. Space Dorito's back. Yep, not bad. Where in the spacecraft is Kerman San Diego? Yeah. No idea. When the time to board is 40 hatches. Wow, we're going 100 meters per second. That's pretty solid, actually. We're at 1,700 meters, though, and that's it. Like I said, this thing is moving very, very slowly. How does this handle physics warp? The snoot is drooping a little bit, but otherwise it's actually handling it pretty well. Huh. Yeah, okay. The snoot is definitely drooping, yeah, 100%. And we're lazily listing to the right, chat. We are lazily lifting to the right. Maybe not so lazily, actually. We're turning pretty hard. Slower, thicker cousin. Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, Hound Brash, thanks for hanging out. I will definitely check it out. Much love to you. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, that's fine, right? Totally fine, chat. I think this just needs an auto strut. Yeah, there we go. That's all it needs, chat. Also, I have no idea where we're controlling from exactly. Like, if we control from here, is that gonna be better? No, that is actually where we're controlling from. Okay, well, whatever. Drink! Have some rest of my cold coffee here. Not a fan of cold coffee. That's just been sitting there for a while, but I don't know where my water is. Somewhere. For a brick, she flies pretty good. Yeah, something. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go and get our angle of attack down here a little bit. And let's, I guess, turn back to the runway and maybe try to do a first pass at a drop test. I would really love to be a lot higher than this, like, say, 5,000 meters, but I don't know if that's going to happen with this thing. Just saying. Just saying, I'm not so sure. I don't know what it is, chat, that's telling me that, but yeah. Just something about this aircraft I don't think is going to be able to hit 5,000 meters. Dropped frames? I have 100 dropped frames total on the last 3.5 hours, so I'm not sure. That's not really that many drop frames, but maybe. All right, we're slowly turning around here, chat. And the reason why it's actually going so slowly is because, well, we're moving at 3 times physics dilation, but no, we're getting there. Whee! Stall. Get the shaker rattling in the background. Slowly turning around here, chat. I'm trying not to lose much altitude in this turn as well, if I can help it. So we can at least save some altitude during this drop test. Is there really? I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. We're almost turned around here, finally. About a 5-second hiccup? Got you, okay. Then maybe it was me. All right, tease it. Tease it. Almost there. Hey, what's up, Supersonic? How are you? Supersonic Retro Propulsion. What a name. What a name. All right, lining up for the runway. Ideally, we can get a little bit more altitude. Like 4,000 meters would be great. We'll see. We already are flying with a 20-degree angle of attack, so that's kind of less than ideal, but understandable for what we have here. There we go. Let's hold that and see what happens. There we go. Yeah, don't mind me, chat. Yeah, don't mind me. We're fine. Everything's fine. You like the way it shudders with the engine on? I know, right? There we go. There we go. We're actually able to climb up to altitude, chat. How about that? That's all I wanted. All right. Let's go ahead and set it down. We'll go ahead and pitch down as well. Get lined up to the runway again. There we go. Something like that. Let's just maintain this altitude for the most part. Maybe continue to climb a little bit. And yeah, we'll go from there. An X-Wing that can change from flat to X mode. Nice. That's pretty cool. A Vector has gone rogue. Yeah, it reminds me of that Superman movie with the shuttle that's that fails to separate. Let's hope that doesn't happen here, yeah? All right, what we're probably going to want to do here, chat, set this to deploy a small amount. Deploy direction. There we go. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's totally the wrong one. Should be set at 25. Okay. I'm hoping that that's going to be enough. It's probably not, but I'm hopeful, chat. You know what? Yeah, it's probably not going to be enough, right? Yeah, something like that, maybe. All right, well, let's see what happens, chat. Are we ready? I sure hope so. I have no idea what to expect here. But we are set to release in 3. Actually, let's get a little bit closer so we can just dive the shuttle towards the runway if we have to. For 4,600, that's actually a pretty decent altitude. Stand by. Level out a little bit here. Pick up a little bit of speed, stay above 100. All right, chat. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Pitch down. And release, release, release. Oh no! Did the deploy not actually work? Oh, all of that for nothing, man. Was that just not enough deployment on the back, or did they become undeployed because they separated? Oh dear. This is fine, chat. Don't worry, this is fine. All right. Well, now we're on damage control, I guess. Wait, what are we controlling here? And why? Wait, what? We're not actually... Why are we... I'm so confused as to what's happening here. Stand by, chat. This is fine, right? This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. That, I think, is fine, right? Oh, that finally came away. That's good. It failed successfully, yeah. Oh, man. All that work for nothing. I wonder if they became undeployed? It looks like they became undeployed. Ah, gosh dang it, man. I think they became undeployed. All right, well... Well, that's what you gotta do as a test pilot, chat, sometimes. I'm just surprised this thing actually held up. Can we just appreciate that? You could radially out and use the engines to save the crap, probably. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my. Okay. Oh, there it is. Found it. And Batman, the parachute landing? Yeah, totally. Wait, is that the parachute right there? No way. No, okay, it's not. I was about to say, there's no way that's the parachute. Ah, we're not gonna make it. Oh, there it goes. Yo, what's up, Marco? Yeah, we had a failed shuttle drop test, if you will, flight test here, but no matter. Oh, I think that's the Kerbal right there. Pull up. Or is that the shuttle? Or no, that's too big. Yeah, okay. It's gotta be this one. The one that we can barely make out. Oh no. What is that? Man, this is one lumbering beast, though, let me tell you what, chat. His name is Burb. Burb Kerman. Burb. Didn't pull too many G's. Yeah, not too many. Probably more than something this big should do, but, you know. Yeah, there's the orbiter down there. Looks like it's sticking straight up out of the water. Herb is trying to make it back to land, and here we are just taunting him. You gotta fly multiple things at once, chat. You know the drill. What are we even doing, chat? What are we even doing at this point? Oh, they're not even maxed out, really? Oh, heck yeah, chat. Give us even more pitch authority. Tighter turns. Oh, yeah. Man, this thing really slows down. Blue Angels when you give them a strata fortress. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. What's our actual surface velocity? Okay, there we go. I don't really want to stall this if I can help it. We're very close to doing that. It doesn't want to rotate. That's fine. All right, he's fine. He's safe now. He'll hit the ground and survive. You can hear the airframe groaning? Yeah, you're probably right. What'd you just walk into? We're just messing around. We had a pretty successful coding stream to automate some guidance, navigation, and control for what's going to eventually become a Falcon 9 vehicle. And now we're just kind of goofing off. Can we gently grab it in midair? The distressed pilot? Maybe. Uh-oh. This reminds me of Fairchild. I think we overbanked and we're way too close to the ground. Yeah, this is definitely what happened to that B-52. All right, we're good. Come on. There we go. Whew. Let's go check out, yeah, he's fine. We'll come back to him. Let's go check out the shuttle damage. You saw it, yeah, and a Kerbal in midair. Yeah, it's got to be a slightly rude awakening, I suppose. Yep, the shuttle's coming into render range. Yep, there it is, chat. This thing is booking it. Shuttle's fine. Yep, shuttle's fine, chat. We're good 3 seconds later. Yeah, exactly. 100%. All right, let's go check out the Kerbal and then we'll bring it in for a landing and probably call it an evening. And stall. Retard. Retard. Pull up. Yep, we'll go ahead and give it some throttle here. Add some thrust to lift the nose up. Yep, we might not make it out of this, chat. We are definitely not making it out of this. We die. We're definitely dying, chat. No! Oh, yeah. Oh, we're good. Never a question, chat. Never a question. Ah. That was good. Never a question, chat. Never a question him. Millimeters even, yeah. Yeah, 14 meters from the cockpit, remind you. And this is like, gotta be at least actually, I don't know. What's the diameter of this? 5 meter? It's probably the biggest, so yeah. Yeah, we were down to, you know, say 6 meters or so, probably. Because we were also angled up, and so the tail was even closer. Never even doubted. Yeah, 100%. Never doubted. I left you slack-jawed. Yeah, understandable. Did the Kerbal make it at least? Kerbal looks to have survived. Let's do a low pass here. Yep, Kerbal's good. Kerbal's on the ground. Nice. Did the Kerbal survive the splat? Yeah, he's good. He's standing up. He's fine. The ground crew said it was fine, except it looked wet. Yeah, it's totally okay. Don't even worry about it. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. At least one diameter away from the sea. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's enough, right? Nothing unspeakable clinched. Yep, that's fair. Shouldn't these slats be on roll control? These aren't slats. What are these called, chat? Oh, they should also only deploy in one direction, of course. Also, these give us a little bit more roll control. Oh yeah, that's much better. I need to make it to where they're deployed and then gizmoed down, so that way they can only actuate in one direction, like we did for our Dream Chaser. That'd be the fix for that. Wrong button. Nope, not that one either. Aha, there we go. That's what I wanted, yeah. Okay. Got like a fly or something around me. All right, 5 Gs on this turnaround. That's fine, right? That's totally fine for this aircraft. The steel is screaming. Steel? What steel? It's aluminum. Bank angle. Bank angle. Yeah. Overspeed. Overspeed. Because we're deploying the landing gear at 100 meters per second. Overspeed. Also, we were deploying the flaps going like 150. That's definitely an overspeed moment. I wonder what this thing's stall is. I was thinking it was like around 70 or so, but it still seems to be flying pretty well. We're like this in the cockpit, chat. We're like looking down. Oh no. Look at that. We have a 25-degree difference between the cockpit and our actual angle. That's funny. This is so hard to judge on this aircraft. And down, chat. The cockpit is weirding out, man. Hey, welcome back. Taking Droop Snoot to a whole new level. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Yeah, it seemed to be 60-ish even. If you guys don't know the peril at the end of this runway, chat, if you are unfortunate to leave this runway heading 09 and you are in too big of an aircraft to take off before the edge of the runway, well, look who's waiting for you at the end. Look who's waiting for you, chat. It's a Falcon 9 booster that's landed back. This is fine. Oh my. No, I can't EVA! Oh, he's fine. He's totally fine, chat. Yep, there's the Falcon 9 just at the end of the runway, right? How convenient, just to make sure you stop. But yeah, anyways, chat. That's gonna do it for me. Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yep, survived, not even a problem. Not even a problem. Torch, your injuries were not service related. Yes, indeed, chat. Well, anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We will be back, I think, on Wednesday, tentative according to my work schedule, but Wednesday's the next normal scheduled stream time, starting at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. And yeah, we'll look to, hopefully tomorrow I can do either that, or Wednesday I can do a little bit of offline research, so I can come back on Wednesday and we can look at maybe a couple of methods for automating the boost back burn and landing target. That would be pretty sick, so we can get that done and maybe start implementing some threading capabilities, so we can actually basically fly both the first stage and the second stage while they're in render range. We'll see. There's a lot that, of course, has to be done. But until then, chat, I hope to see you guys here Wednesday if I'm streaming. Much love. Everyone have a good Tuesday and a good Wednesday. And I'll get that drink right here after stream. And much love to you all, and have a good night.